Okay. So, can everybody hear me? Can you see me? Is everything working? I'm just going to have to readjust these cams because I'm streaming on a laptop. There are many problems for me today, but one of them is I'm streaming on a laptop. So I'm yeah, I'm not an experienced streamer like Kata and Hannah, for example. So you have to be patient with me today. You can't hear me. Oh, okay. I another point is please don't troll me today. So I mean you can try. Going to do my best. Okay, so now it should all be fine, right? I'm reading the chat. We are having two chats right now because I'm also streaming on a YouTube channel, which I have with Katharina. And yeah, it's my first ever stream where I actually am in charge. So I have appeared on a few streams like as a guest or as someone who was just in the background. But now it's really different because I have to have an overview about all the scenes, all the games, and I just hope everything works like technically, and I hope you guys have fun as well, of course. So we can already see Hannah and Katharina here. We can't speak German because Hannah's audience is also here. So we are doing a double commentary, and Hannah's audience is English, so they couldn't understand us. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the compliments about my hair. I actually went to a hairdresser a few days ago, so it was a real mess. But I wanted to look good for the stream today. So yeah, now I'm kind of looking all right. Yeah, so first stream for me today. We see already Hannah and Kata joking. They have a 10-minute delay, so what you see in the videos is already 10 minutes ago, I hope at least. I have to be careful not to leak any information about moves because it's obviously anti-cheating protocol, and yeah, we can't have that, of course. Yeah, what will we see from Hannah and Kata today? I think both have strong opponents on their in their tournament. You can't really tell from their opponents' elos how strong they are going to be because they rarely play. They're also often quite young. I've seen in chat that someone already played against Katharina's opponent. So it's interesting to hear more about the opponents because I couldn't really find out a lot about them, obviously. And yeah, in a few minutes we should have the first moves, which is exciting. So yeah, both are on 5 out of 7, which is like expected at their level. So Hannah is oh, that's not looking good. Let me readjust. I also have trouble sometimes because the cams are turning off. Yeah, so Hannah and Kata are both on 5 out of 7, which is good for them. And yeah, if they get 2 more points, then they would have a great tournament. They would be at the very top of the tournament. So now it's really the crunch time of the tournament. If they do well now, the whole tournament will probably be great. But yeah, if they don't do well, like the last games always have a really big impression on how you perceive the tournament. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I can look at the games without deleting the videos because I'm streaming on a laptop, and on a laptop you'd have just one screen. Most streamers obviously they have like 2 or 3 screens, So it's very improvised right now. So you can, yeah, follow along with my journey to hopefully learn something about streaming as well. Okay, so both of them are already ready, and I think now the first moves should be coming soon. What do we expect from Hannah and Kata? What do you think? Which openings will they play? Use your TV, yeah. I that's maybe possible even, but yeah. I've seen that Hannah is. Oh yeah, someone predicted already. Hannah's played e4. I hope you can see it now on the board as well, but it should be fine. Yeah, Hannah, I have the impression that Hannah is really good at openings. I don't know if you guys would prefer confirm that. Yeah, we have to flip the board, obviously. You're right. So there are no games on Kata's match so far, but these cams, they... Hannah has a Sicilian. I've seen her play against the Naidov already. So maybe it's going to be another Naidov. This is usually the most common opening to expect from this position, which Hannah has right now. And yeah, Kata also doesn't really have a opponent so far. Maybe he's not coming, maybe he's afraid. Who knows? Kata has played a really good game yesterday. She sacrificed a pawn. Maybe we can look at it later because we might have a lot of time now. And she outplayed her opponent in an attacking game. So maybe he saw that and just thought, yeah, why not? Why even bother coming? No, I think he's just late probably. Okay, Hannah's opponent is also already thinking a little bit here. Yeah, it might be d6, might be g6. Yeah, let's see what she... Are you guys Alapin fans? Who supports the Alapin here? I always, when I used to play the Sicilian, I always got quite frustrated when my opponents played the Alapin. So we can go to Hannah's board, I guess, because, yeah, Hannah's opponent is still not there. Kata's opponent is still not there. And we can also see, if you have looked here at the bottom right, Kata also waited for her opponent before starting the clock. So she didn't start the clock at the exact time where she could, but she waited. That's kind of fair play. That's always perceived as a very fair thing. Okay, let's have a look at Hannah's game. Yeah, we have to readjust this cam as well. Hannah has the Sicilian right now on her board. Whoops. And yeah, her opponent is not sure what to play. I think she is in theory, because she has a really high elo. She has almost 2,000. And she should be in theory. Maybe she's bluffing. Some people also like to bluff, like they think at a very early stage. So on one hand, you can't know whether they're in fury or not. You think they should be in fury, but if they start really taking a lot of time early on, you can't really see the point where people are out of fury. So if Hannah now blitzes out the moves she definitely knows, then her opponent also knows for sure when she left fury. So at which point she's on her own. Maybe, I hope the live board isn't lagging. That would be another problem. Or am I lagging? No, it's still moved to on chess.com. Yeah, it's also, some people also consider it not fair play to not show up on time. I have never really cared, but yeah, it's some people consider it unfair to not be there at the time where everybody should be there, but you can also say like you lose time for not being there, so it's a fair trade. I mean, you're not there, so you lose time, so the other person is supposed to have an advantage. So move 7. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Okay, just hope now the cam doesn't turn off again. Then I have okay. Okay, we will have to do a little more working on the cams. But let's just go through the moves. Knight c6, so now it could be many different it could be many different openings right now. So there is the 4 knights or the Sveshnikov after knight f6. Now e5 or e6 are big moves. There's also d6, but her opponent is playing e5, which has a cool name. It's called the Kalashnikov. Yeah, so it's a very aggressive opening. It's not considered great. You wouldn't probably see it at a World Championship match, but also many grandmasters still play it. So it's really an aggressive opening and also not a bad line. Okay, Hannah quickly plays knight b5. d6 here is important. Some people also like to play a6 here. That's also theory. I think it used to be a big line by Ulf Andersson, which is a Swedish legend. And he used to play like queen e7 and just try to trade queens because he was a very endgame, very good at endgames. He was an endgame guy. And yeah, this position is not great for black because you wouldn't really want to exchange pieces as you have the kind of weaker pawn structure. But yeah, if you're really good at endgames, then it should be fine. Yeah, I think she's playing for a win as well. So yeah, it's Löwenthal variation. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't sure, but if you said so, then yeah, it's probably true. Yeah, so no a6. a6 is also quite boring. So d6 is better. And c4 is also a very good move. It's the difference actually between the Kalashnikov, which we see here with 4th move e5, and the Sveshnikov, which we briefly talked about, which is knight f6, and now white kind of has to play knight c3 because now after there's no other way to protect the pawn. And after e5, knight b5, then d6, now you can't play c4 anymore. So that's why the Sveshnikov is really good. It's really good. And also some people don't even go into the Sveshnikov anymore these days. If you see most GMs play bishop b5 now, because the Sveshnikov is considered so solid. Yeah, and that's also the problem. Some may call it a problem. The computer calls it a problem with the Kalashnikov. Now, white doesn't have the knight here, so she in this case, can go c4 in one go. And this move is good because it fixes the weak pawn on d6. And yeah, now the other knight can go to c3, or as we see, the knight from b5 can go to c3 as well. So Hannah isn't going for the kill right now. She is playing a positional game for now because she has not a lead in development. She only has one knight out, which is not the best thing, but she has a very good structure. She has nice control of the center, and the pawn on d6 is quite weak. So that's what's in her favor, and now the engine also gives white a small advantage. Okay, we see bishop e6, 1 minute thing here, and now knight d5, also after 1 minute of thinking. So I think they should still know what's going on. I wouldn't be sure here because I do neither play e4 nor do I play the Kalashnikov, but both people seem to know what's going on here quite well. Okay, rook c8 is already a little unusual. I would always be afraid of some plans with f5 here. That's the other difference to the Sveshnikov, because now that the knight is not out there, black might try to go f5 at some point. Now it's not that good because the king's still in the middle and why open the center with the king still in the middle. But yeah, it's a German accent. That's true. I very rarely speak about chess in English, so I usually just do German training. I do a lot of German training, but English is still weird for me. But it's also good. It's also fun to practice your English a little bit. Yeah, so knight b5, rook c8, and now Hannah's thinking. It's a good moment to take a little bit of time, just see what you're trying to achieve here. Oh, she's not. She played knight b to c3 already. Okay. Now, the engine suggests actually to go bishop g5, which makes sense. Why does it make sense? Why do you think the engine suggests bishop g5? We are doing a little bit of training here as well. Why not keep the bishop here? What's better about the bishop here? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can't see Hannah. I'm going to readjust it soon. Yeah, that's true. Teddy. That's right, because the pawns are on the same color, the center pawns especially. Center pawns are really important because they fix the structure, the overall structure of the game. And the bishop has the same color as the center pawns. So this bishop has really a limited amount of squares to go to. Not only now, but for the next 20 moves probably. Because Hannah is not going to let her opponent just break through in the center. We know that already because she has such a great knight here with a lot of control, with a lot of support by so many pieces. So the bishop will remain bad probably. So it's a good idea to exchange that bishop off. On the other hand, this bishop is quite good because it's not blocked in by its own pawns. The pawns on the center for white are on the white squares. So this is a good bishop. So the trade is overall good. We could also imagine a case if black waits now to trade off, where at some point b3 is coming and then bishop a3. And then this weakness is also even more weak as the bishop is still there to attack it. That's the reasons to why black should trade the dark squared bishops. But let's see if she does it. Even if she doesn't go bishop g5, then black's position is still quite solid. So yeah, it's not a huge deal. There's no real danger of blundering here. The black bishop also takes one of 3 opening routes for the black knight and makes him a burden if he goes to f6. Yeah, it's right. That's right. The bishop also doesn't really have great alternative squares. If you saw another square in g5 where you would think, okay, there the bishop is at least not in the way, you could also make a point that it's even in the way right now, then it would be a good alternative maybe to trading the bishops off. So yeah, bishop g5, let's see what she's going to do. Now, please don't leave because I'm going to now have to readjust the board situation and that will probably look messy. Wow, what is that? Okay. Yeah, so now you can see Hannah again. I'm streaming on a laptop. You have to know because that's why I have problems with you guys seeing everything that there is to see, because I just have one screen, and if anything is above the YouTube videos, then it's already a problem, because YouTube doesn't like if something is covered, then the video isn't running anymore. It's running, the sound would be running, but we can't see the screen anymore. So that's at least what I have seen right now. So, yeah. I have an idea to how to do it. So, go to her board. We go to this again. So yeah, that's the better way, probably, right? So now you can see the board and you can see Hannah. We will also have to do the same with Katharina. So the engine as well. It looks even nicer than before, doesn't it? I think it does. Okay, so that's working. Of course, now we have to readjust every scene. But let's have a look how Katha's doing. Okay, same problem. Laptop, you know, already. But not a problem for us. Because crazy position already, by the way. But yeah, let's have a look if this already works. Yeah, looks good. Okay. I already know, because I played this opening myself, that Katharina has played against the Jobava London. If you have ever been on the internet and looked up chess, you have probably already heard about the Jobava London. Yeah. No, it's probably... yeah, okay. Another readjusting phase. You have already probably heard about the Jobava London because it is so popular. I feel like every second streamer plays it exclusively. The reason is that it's quite solid on one hand, and it's also very, very simple. I also suggest it to beginners. We can have a look into why that is. So yeah, board, and now we do the same thing again. And then we can talk about the position. This is already a position which Hans Niemann recommends for white. So there's a very prominent advocate of this position for white. And now Katha is also, it's also a little, it's not a real pleasant position to be in if you don't know Fury, I guess. There are already ways to lose this. It's not objectively great, as you can see, but it's can be quite dangerous. Okay, so Katha plays a5. Let's have a look how all of this happened. So the good thing about the Jobava London is you can get it in pretty much every game with white, because most people play d5 here. So they either play d5 on move 1, and then you also get into the same position, or they go d5 in this position, because in any other case, white plays or could play e4. Does any one of you know if Katha plays the French as well? Because if she doesn't play the French, it's a good bluff, because white could go into the French defense here, which is the e4 opening. So e4, e6. And now this is heavy Fury. We have also seen that in the last World Championship match in game 1. Ding against Gukesh, or Gukesh against Ding in that case. Okay, her opponent doesn't really want to go into that. He goes bishop f4, d5 now. Yeah, at some point, black probably has to go d5. And here, there are traps, which you should really know if you play any kind of setup that looks like this. Because there's a way to lose in this position for black already. And that is a quite obvious move in this position. It's knight c6. After knight c6, black can already decide to resign after knight b5. Knight c7 is a threat, and there's really not much black can do against it. So yeah, that would be a way to lose this position. But yeah, Kata surely knows that. Be sure not to fall for that, because now, I mean, it looks kind of random, right? Because what has black really done wrong? Black really hasn't done anything wrong. But in this specific white setup, there's just this weird move, knight b5, and there's just no way to protect against knight c7. Black probably has to go like king e7 or sacrifice a pawn or many more pawns with e5. So yeah, that's also already a losing position. So her opponent doesn't decide for e3, but he goes for knight b5 now. Knight b5, and now there are many ways to play for black. The main way to play is knight a6 to just protect and kick out the knight at some point. Bishop b4 is also, it's a little more flashy because the bishop checks. c3 is really the only move that is logical here. And then the bishop drops back and protects the pawn on c7 kind of from the other side of the board. That's a little, yeah, unusual, but also good. It's maybe even better than knight a6. It's just a little more complicated. If you want to play it, you should really know what's going on. Okay, b4 and then a4, and now Kata played a5, which looks like it's a really good move. I still know, I at one point bought a Chessable course from Hans Niemann about the Jobava London, and he recommends this position for white. If anyone also has this course, do you know if he also suggests a4? I'm not sure anymore. The engine is really pessimistic here. I'm not sure if it's because it's a bad engine or if it's really already that bad for white objectively, but yeah, it looks really good. a5, and now, yeah, it's not easy to say what the white goals should be in this position. Because if white just develops, black will also just develop, and white has made the far weirder moves. White has made a lot of weird moves which are not really logical, like moving the knight twice, making pawn moves on the flank, and now the black king would be castled, the white king would be a long way from castling, so it's really not easy to say. Yeah, if engine is saying cut, yeah, the engine is always broken if it's not in your favor. If the engine doesn't approve your opinion, then it's wrong. We can establish that. I have no problem with that. Black and white, open, powerful. Yeah, the bishop here is quite strong, but black can still try to trade it off later with c6 and bishop c7 maybe. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. I would worry if I'm white here what my knight is really doing in the rest of the game. Because now, of course, c6 would probably be a bad idea because now there's knight d6 and check, and the king can't castle anymore. But if the king isn't on e8 anymore, then the knight doesn't really have a lot of purpose on b5. So it's really interesting to see what white has in mind here. If he doesn't come up with a really good idea, then he might actually be in a lot of trouble early on. And I think Katarina doesn't really need to make genius moves to get into a good position. She already has played quite well. a5 is an important move, I think, because there's also like, okay, c6, you can't obviously do that. There's already a check, and yeah, even if the knight just swaps itself off, then The king is in check and the king is out in the open, and that's not good at all. There's also a6, and I think that was a line which I once saw, and then white can think about, yeah, that's the line. a6, a5, and now white is better. a6 is a really obvious move because you want to kick the knight away, but danger levels, as they say. White attacks the bishop, and it's still a really random position. White didn't really outplay black, but it's a little random that this position is already really, really good for white. Let's just say they trade the rooks into light pieces here. Then black would like to take here on b6, but now the knight is hanging, which is also a little, random again. But a5, great move. Stops a5 from white altogether. And now I think Kata should have really good chances moving forward. All right. We can also, no, we can't see both right now. We can see their videos. If you guys notice that that the video is far away from the live board, then please tell me, because I'm not sure whether we really see them with the correct delay. But I think it should be fine. Okay, so Kata has a good position already. I also think Hannah has a good position already. So there's a lot of reason to be happy already. I've said already like 5 times in the last seconds. I'm just readjusting here so you guys can see everything well. Okay, so these are the 2 positions. Hannah's taking some time. No, Hannah? Yeah, Hannah's taking some time. We should go back to Hannah's board. Some moves have been played. a6 from black, which isn't what we discussed. We discussed that black should probably trade off the bishops here. But a6 is quite logical in some Sicilian lines. But I mean, there's always a chance that it's still theory and I'm just talking nonsense. But I'm not sure I like this move for black because these squares could get really weak. For example, if white goes, did she go? Yeah, she went bishop e3, which is a good move, I think, which would also be my intuition to play, because now black always has to think about what happens if bishop goes to b6, what happens if the knight goes to b6, and it's always a little uncomfortable, and I'm not sure what the black idea was. Black went bishop g5 now, and now it might be too late. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at it. The downside, I'm not sure if you can call it downside, of my setup now is that I can't see the engine suggestions anymore. So I'm going to have to figure it out with you guys. So what do we think Hannah should play here? We already know from the engine that it's quite a good position for white, not crazy good, but also reasons to be happy about. Do you think she should play bishop b6 right now to decline the bishop trade, or do you think she should still go for the trade? I think I'm curious what you think. We take bishop. Yeah, it's very. I'm also doing training for a lot of beginners and kids, and I've noticed that psychologically many people want to trade. Trading is always the default options for many chess players, I think, and that's something you should kind of. I mean, there's also this meme about en passant being if you can en passant, you have to do it. And it's also kind of the same with trades, because many people just trade because there is a trade. But in many cases, it's actually not the best move. So let's calculate a little bit. I think she shouldn't trade, But also we have to think, if we now go bishop b6, queen d7, isn't the bishop quite annoying here? Or which bishop is really better? Because yeah, bishop b6 looks cool because it's there's only one move for black, so it's a forcing move. But is it really that good? Because the bishop can be quite annoying here, I'm afraid. So I'm not completely sure what white should be doing. But we can think alongside Hannah right now. Half of why black is so bad right now is how bogged down the queen is. Yeah, the queen is not great. In general, the whole position is a little clamped, like black's position. The bishop never really wants to trade itself off. The bishop doesn't have squares. The knight really doesn't have safe squares. So you're right. The whole black position is really not ideal. And that's also a good point, because now the queen is kind of annoying here. Or maybe it's not. We don't know. But I would say she's quite good here, because she also stops the bishop from developing, and we don't want that. So are there any advocates for trading, or are you all team Hannah don't trade? I'll go forward with the bishop to see what he does with the queen. Then go back to e3. Yeah, you could also do that, because you then threaten a fork always, right? If you go, that's not the live position now. Bishop b6, queen d7, and now go bishop back. Then there's also this knight fork as a threat, at least. But we shouldn't go for hope chess. We shouldn't hope that our opponent just misses it. But I think, bishop b6 would probably be a good starting point. Okay, and I think she played it, right? Bishop b6 is on the board. Black should play queen d7 now rather quickly, because, what else is there? Rook c7 is probably the second best move, and that says a lot. So queen d7, and then what? What are we doing then? I also already thought about h4, some attacking ideas. It would get pretty messy, but why not? Just to annoy this bishop. Maybe we can even trap this bishop at some point. I'm not sure about that though. I'm generally in Sicilian positions like this, as they are very dynamic. You really have to calculate a lot. In many cases, you can't see a move and then say, this is a good move, because you really have to back it up with a lot of calculation in these types of positions. h4 final answer. Yeah, I also like h4, but it's also not clear what we do after that, right? I'm not sure what she's thinking about her opponent, because she seems to sit at the board, or maybe the stream isn't live. Knight. Now she really has to go. Or am I crazy? Queen d7 is the only move, right? Yeah, for people who calculate a lot, the open Sicilian is really where you should be going. I have always avoided the open Sicilian, even in my e4 days. I have always kind of played any anti-Sicilians. I also was someone who played the Alapin at times. So I have also good memories about that. And we don't give the black players what they want. Yeah, h4, kick the bishop away. Sounds good, yeah. But I'm not sure how we continue after that. So h4, and I think the most logical move would probably be bishop h6, right? But the computer doesn't like it already. So what do we do here? Do you see anything? Okay, I'm glad you also don't see another move than queen d7, because if there was some other move, then I would really be doubting my chess skills. Yeah, so queen d7 is really likely. Maybe her opponent is actually not at the board. Okay, I think we now have queen e7, yeah. And now h4, bishop h6, and now how are we moving forward now? What do you think? Engine says there is something for white, but I'm not sure what we're doing. I mean, we could try to prepare g4, right? But yeah, then also f4 is weak. So it's everything is a trade-off in this position. There's no real move which only has advantages. There's always some kind of disadvantage to it. I would feel like I should do something now as white, because I'm not sure what the bishop is doing there other ways. You need to fully secure your king, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Sometimes you can also leave the king in the center. I think white would like to castle long, I mean, as you said, but white would like to beam her king to b1 in some ways. But I think it's just very hard to do, because the bishop is always there at one, like on one hand, and on the other hand, how do you get the bishop away from there? Maybe I think long castle and king b1 would be a really good setup if you could manage it, but I wouldn't be sure if black wouldn't get counterplay in the time where you try to manage that. Also, f5 might be an idea for black, as I already mentioned. It's very, very double-edged. f5 could always be a blunder. I wouldn't be surprised, but f5 is always something to think about as white, that you don't get surprised or just crushed in the center. Okay, bishop h6. Yeah, f3 might be secure. That's true. What do you think about f3? Yeah, I'm not sure about f3 as, or would you want to protect e4 or prepare g4 as well? What's the main point, or is it both? Queen b3. Okay, that's also interesting. What's your idea behind queen b3? I like both of your suggestions. We have to be a little careful though to some tactics if we play queen b3. Because not right now, not necessarily right now, but if something like knight d4 comes, which isn't possible right now as white could just take it off, but queen b3, knight d4 takes, pawn takes, and then the knight is hanging, the king's still in the middle. It might be really bad for black, but we don't know. And if we play something like that, we obviously have to calculate queen b3, knight d4 right now, but we also have to calculate it for the rest of the game. So that would be a lot of calculating work, which we maybe don't have to go into. I'm sorry. Yeah, f3 with the idea of securing e4 and going g4. I would really like that as well, yeah. If we could go g4. Maybe I was thinking about what if black now goes f5 just to counter pressure that. Yeah, queen c2 maybe has similar ideas with queen d4, but yeah, knight b4 would be a classic blunder. I think that could happen to anyone. That's like a random move. That's not a move you really expect. Yeah, maybe f5, something like that. I'm always not sure. I'd move the bishop to replace that pawn. Ah, okay. Bishop d3. Yeah, sounds logical. It closes our queen a little. So now knight d4 would maybe be a No, it wouldn't be an idea. Or would it? This position is so complicated. I was thinking about something like that with the idea of doing a fork right now, but also the knight is hanging. Also, the king is weak. Also, the center might open. So yeah, it's a lot to think about here. But it's a really interesting position. I can always learn a lot from that. I feel like this is the type of position where you really improve. If you improve playing that kind of position, you improve as an overall chess player. I think because it has so many aspects. It has aspects of strategy, of tactics, dynamics, positional play, just a lot of different stuff. Yeah, it's a good idea that Hannah takes a lot of time now. I mean, she still hasn't fought for too long, but I think now is a good moment to pause and just think about what to do. Oh, we have h4 and bishop d8. Ah, interesting. So that's on the board. h4, bishop d8. Interesting. Bishop d8 is also better according to the engine than bishop h6. Yeah, I'm not sure why. We can have a look at it later, but let's look at bishop d8. Okay. Same question, new position. Would you now trade the bishops or would you go back to e3? What do you think? Yeah, that's a Dubov kind of position. That's true. Many top players these days, they're really good in this type of position. Chess is really getting more dynamic, so it's good that we also practice that. Go back. Yeah, I would also be a strong advocate for bishop e3. Now the bishop looks weird, but it actually covers some important squares. And yeah, now white might still be a little better, but it's now the point to decide for a plan. Okay, let's have a look at Kata's position again. Let's do yeah, that works. Great. Okay. Hannah hasn't gone back yet, that's my move. So I have to take that back. Yeah, that's the live position. And yeah, let's have a look at Kata. Kata's opponent is he still thinking? No, he played e3, okay. Oh, is that a reposition? Ah, yeah. e3, knight c6. Yeah, okay. e3, knight c6. Okay, that's interesting. I was thinking that maybe black could just go castles in this position. Let's have a more focused look on Kata's position. Yeah, so I was expecting castles from black, but knight c6 also looks interesting. The idea is just to put pressure on the white weird pawns immediately. Yeah, the bishop on d8. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of weird and it's difficult to play. Okay. Knight c6, interesting. So what do we expect here from white? White to move. It's white to move. The pawn is hanging. White should really do something about that. A classic mistake, I feel like, would be just to take here. It's a logic. I mean, it's not a logical move, but it's an obvious move. We talked about the tendency to trade in general already, but I feel like now this would be a dream position for black because there's no danger anymore whatsoever. The bishop is great here because it looks at this weakness and at the king. And also our rook is open. a4 might become weak at some point. So yeah, that's a good idea. So yeah, maybe white should go for something like queen b3. The engine always doesn't like my recommend. Ah, there's a tactic, guys. Wake up. there's a tactic. Do you see the tactic here for black? Kata could do some magic here, I think. Yeah, that's true. Joey saw it. There's a pin coming. Pawn takes b4, knight takes b4. Oh, or isn't is it? Okay, I guess that's not the way. But I thought this would be the tactic here. Bishop a4 and queen is gone. But it doesn't seem to work. Oh, that would be a way to lose the game actually for black. That's not obvious at all. I think the reason is that white might just take here, and then for some reason white has enough material for the queen. And black randomly doesn't have any good moves. I mean, the queen can't even check here because the bishop defends it. So yeah, that would be a way to lose the game for black. That's not easy to spot. Maybe actually queen b3. Yeah, that's right. Bishop takes c7. I didn't see that at all. I saw the engine evaluation and I saw this tactic, and I I immediately assumed that it would work. But that's if her opponent actually plays queen b3, that might become a danger, because yeah, it's not easy to spot at all. But I'm confident that Katharina would spot that. She's really good at tactics, so I think she would see that in a classical game. Okay, alternatives. What else can white do? What do you expect from white here? Is there really what other ways are there really to play for white? I mean, rook b1 is possible, I guess. Just protecting the pawn again. Yeah, what else? Maybe white doesn't have to protect the pawn. Maybe development is also an idea. And there's also some tactic again. Now I'm self-conscious. Now I missed one tactic, and now I fear a tactic everywhere. But yeah, I would still feel confident for Katharina's position, because she still, if she doesn't blunder a tactic, I think she has the more healthy position. White still didn't do too many logical moves, and Kata really did well because she already has 3 pieces developed. She's ready to castle, and I wouldn't be too worried about the position here. Okay. Yeah, this didn't happen already. Let's go back to the overall point of view. It's still Hannah's move. I'm not sure if chess.com is automatically giving me moves. It should probably, right? The position should change by itself, but it sometimes doesn't. Okay, Hannah's still in this position. Hannah, I feel like, has a really solid position. She has a very healthy position, like positionally speaking. She just has to see whether she should be playing for an attack right now, or if she should trade off and go for a good endgame, which is really difficult to say. I also wouldn't be sure at all to what's the best approach here, but I also feel like both approaches would be good if you follow them up accordingly. And Kata is doing also well. She's still pretty much in the opening. I think a lot more happened on Hannah's board so far, but yeah, we can only wait and see what they will do. Good news is, according to the engine, both are slightly better, so we should be happy about that. And I also feel like they're both not under too much pressure, like positionally speaking. Yeah, the bishop is not great. That's true, but it's also not terrible because you always have to see these. You also always have to think about potential. Like any piece in a position has a certain potential, and I feel like the potential of, let's just unmark that. I feel like the potential of this bishop is pretty low, right? Because the bishop has not many squares where it will be better. It's really hard to imagine a future where this bishop is better at some point. So I think considering how good the bishop could be, the bishop is not that bad because there's not many other squares which we could consider to be a lot better for black. So, did Hannah already go bishop e3? She didn't. Yeah, I think she should really go bishop e3. We can have a look at the engine. You can see it as well, I guess. Yeah, but the engine also suggests bishop e3. We see on the cam that she made a move. Oh. Can you spot it? What did she play? What do you think? I hope she didn't take. If she didn't take, she really can't go wrong, I guess. Because the bishop doesn't really threaten to take the bishop because this is a fork. So we could go back or we could wait before we go back. But at some point we will have to go back as black. I feel like its biggest threat is to support an attack on the b2 square, but if you retreat, you can neutralize that. Yeah, I think you can neutralize that as well. I think you should also consider how not good the bishop is. Also, interesting would be like ideas with bishop a5 now. Because superficially, the bishop looks great, but I think it might not be amazing, even especially if you take, because this trade, bishop against knight, is not the same as bishop against bishop. Why is that? I think it's because the bishop now can still attack this weakness. The dark squares could become really weak later on. So that's what maybe both of them are thinking about, but we are not sure. We are not sure right now. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So bishop d8 is played. On Carter's board, there's also not much going on. Yeah, I'm just double checking if I missed any moves. Yeah, but also if both people lose the bishop pair, then it's, at least that aspect cancels itself out, I feel like. Okay. Do you guys have any questions or any position you would like to look at right now? Or do you want to look at other games from the past rounds? I had a call with Kata yesterday. Yesterday, and she told me about her game from the 5th round. I don't know if you saw it, but it was quite a sad game because she declined a draw 2 times, and then she lost the game at the end. That's also by a pretty random tactic, so it wasn't really obvious, and probably the opponent also didn't calculate the whole line. So it was unfortunate, but she came back really well from it. And yeah, they are now both on 5 out of 7, which is good. My elo is, I like to round up, then it's 2300. but right now it's more like 2270. I hope to get back above 2300 soon. Yeah, but I'm more of a coach these days. I'm also part of a YouTube channel with Katharina. That's how I ended up here, and where we do YouTube videos in German. So it's also a very new experience for me to stream. On one hand, I'm really a total noob. Probably 80% of chat knows more about it as I do. And yeah, I also I lost the I lost the plot there. Yeah, I know the song. I know the song. PNL, Bene. I showed it to a lot of my friends. It was a really random story because I just on one day I looked at the French Spotify charts, and then there was just my name on it on quite a lot on the top. It was kind of when the song came out. And yeah, I don't know why they made a song about me, but I feel honored. Do you, if you're French, do you know what Bene means in French? Because I never really got to figure it out. Or is it supposed to be a name in the song, or is it a regular word? I've had some French in school, but I never came across Bene. But yeah, I know the song. There's also a singer who was called Bene, who has had a viral song. So it's not a rare name. I also have the I have a very popular names. Like my first and my last name, they're really popular. I also these days I might not even the better one, the best with my name, with my first and last name in the world. There's a guy who is from the same area as me. He's also from Bavaria, and I think he surpassed me already. He's younger, and he has the exact same name. So I've now played chess for 18 years, and I'm not even the best with my name. But maybe if at some point there's a team name world championship, we could do really well. Bene is Latin for good. Bene is also Italian, I think, right? Very well. Okay. Yeah, the hook is just Bene, right? So there's no context in the hook. But yeah, I really like the song as well. It might have something to do that my name is mentioned, but yeah, I have had my face with that song. Okay, so nothing's happening on the chessboard, so yeah, we might just keep talking about French hip hop. The other guy's not in FM yet, yeah, but he will be. I mean, I feel like as a young player, you don't really have to have the level for 2300 because you have such a high K factor, if you know what that means. So your elo changes a lot, and I feel like he's probably going to become an FM very soon, and it's not unlikely that some of the other titles, which are higher, might also be very realistic for him. But I haven't seen him in a long time, so I really can't say a lot about it. I just feel like we should both go for the same title. I have to talk to him because it's really good for preparation. Actually, I played against the GM a few months ago. No, 1 month ago, a few weeks ago, and you would think he's a professional chess player, and you would think a GM would prepare for the right opponent. And he didn't. He prepared for the other guy with the same name, and he based his opening choice on the openings of the other guy. I mean, I obviously still lost, but his preparation went into a total wrong direction because of the other guy who has the same name as me. And if we have the same title, it would be even better because there's even less ways to differentiate between us. So, so we really have to talk about that to make sure we both get. If he tells me he will be an IM, for example, then I would also have to be an IM, of course, to make it easier. Because if you see that you play against an FM, you will not prepare against an IM. So I think I hope we'll have the same title at some point. We also we do play sometimes at the same tournaments because, as I said, he's also from the same part of Germany as I am from, and yeah, that's also funny. They have so many ways to on ChessBase. It's he has his middle name. Sometimes they just didn't take a middle name for us, but they just put, like, in the place of a middle name, they put the club we were from. So I was Benedikt München Huber. So there was there were many ways to say that, but many people got confused already. I was talked about tournaments I allegedly played, which I didn't play, or people thought I didn't play tournaments, but the other guy played. Yeah, the GM was quite devastated when I told him. That's true. Yeah, there are many ways he could have known, because there's also, we are not born in the same year. He could also have checked that. And yeah, I think I'm not sure if you guys have ChessBase. I think most people just type in the last name and the first name in ChessBase online database and then look at the games they find there. It's not as professional as you might imagine. I actually know that the other guy has glasses as well, so that's good. We maybe have to go glasses shopping together. That's true. And hairstyle, yeah, maybe I can convince him of my hairstyle. If I can't, then yeah, I have to switch back. But he's still, I think he's 16 or 17 now. So I think you might still spot the difference by now. Yeah, I'm very deep into the glasses gang. It's not even close for me. I couldn't survive without them. Yeah, he should have looked for me via feeder ID. There are many ways which probably would have been better. But he actually prepared to play e4, and the other guy plays the Sicilian, right? And I don't anymore. And I played e5 in that game, as I usually do. And he went on move 2, remind you. On move 2, he went into a 15-minute thing because he thought to himself, this guy, I saw his games, he only plays the Sicilian. Why does he play e5 now? And he actually considered playing the King's Gambit just to crush me from the opening, since he thought I didn't know any theory about e5. And yeah, he decided against it, and he crushed me, obviously. But it was a funny situation, and I feel like this might happen more times still. Yeah, which opening am I good at? I feel like I'm more of a player who is good in easy positions, where you can really think about everything important and then decide. I feel like I'm quite good at, like, London, actually, and like any queen's pawn game that is not the Queen's Gambit. And e4, e5 has also worked well for me. I'm more of a simple player, but yeah, it always depends on your style. And I also sometimes I just like to play other openings because it makes just chess more interesting for me. It's not really always about which opening gives me the best chances, but which opening also is fun for me to learn and to play. That's also very, very important for me. And I think you also play better if you have fun learning new openings. Hannah's game. There's a lot of tension. Now we have 2 new moves, so let's just maybe go into it. Let's just visit Kata's game briefly. There's just not much going on right now, so it's good that Hannah is has a position with a lot of action, and Kata's opponent is in the think tank. So let's just go on to Hannah's game. Switch the scene. Hannah's thinking. Hannah played Bishop D3, which is a move which also I think was suggested, right? Bishop D3. It makes a lot of sense. Maybe it was also aimed against F5 ideas. So we talked about something like this, for example, or themes like this. Maybe that's the idea of Bishop D3. And also notice how Black can't take the bishop so far, because if the knight takes back, then there's a fork, and there's no reason to give away material right now. So Bishop D3 happened, and now knight G to E7. And this is the live position. And it's still a very very complex game, I feel like. What would you guys play here? Knight E7 is an interesting move. I think she looks at F5 at some point, maybe rather sooner than later, because otherwise she would have probably gone for knight F6. Knight F6 is the move you would usually make, but knight E7 for me says that I want to go F5 later, which is logical. I mean, if Black doesn't have counterplay, they will just be worse because they have the worse pawn structure, less space, and also a little worse pieces, I would think. Okay, what would you play if you were white now? Black's going to castle. That's true. I think Black's next default moves would be castling and F5. That's what is pretty likely to happen, I feel like. And we should probably prepare against that. Because if we don't prepare against that, then at some point Black just has probably a very active position. And we also should look for ways where we can annoy Black. I mean, if we just do lame moves, I don't know what would be lame here. Maybe something like that. If we played something like that and now F5, I think that's how things could go south for us. Even though now still white's position is quite solid, Black it's not really clear what Black should be doing. Or how Black should continue, but I think now is a critical moment. And Hannah also already played a move. She went back with the bishop. All right, we also talked about that already. The bishop probably has to go back at some point because you can't leave the tension here. It's, if anything, it's better for Black. And I think there's no reason why Black shouldn't castle. I think this position is quite likely to happen. And what are we going to do then? Let's just think about castling. Felt like Black's king was in endless danger. If he launches F5, the king is actually not too bad. That's also why I was thinking about playing g4 early on, because if you go g4, then f5 is never really possible. And if you really want to go f5, you have to play g6, which has some problems concretely, but also strategically it's even worse, because the g file is always opening up. But now it might already be too late because g4 is hanging right now. So we should have prepared it probably. Or we go without g4. But then it's clear that black will probably get f5 in, and then what? It's not clear. I mean, castle didn't happen already, but it just seems logical. So let's think on Hannah's behalf now. g4 might be the move. h5. Hello, Konstantin. What we have a I don't know if it's official or if it's public, but we might have a very strong player in the chat. So what should white be doing now? What do you think? Because I'm not sure what really is the right way to play here for white. Nothing really looks amazing for me, and black's moves are just pretty easy. Yeah, h5. h5 is also, it looks very logical. If we could go h4, h6 in one go, that would be great. But it's also not clear what we really achieved if we go h5 and now f5. We can go f3, but yeah, I mean, it looks a little passive, doesn't it? Konstantin, what would you suggest on white's behalf? I'm streaming on a laptop right now, so I only see the engine bar. And okay, we know this position is likely, so it's even, I guess. But what's the way to play here for white? Because I don't see the engine moves. I could look at the engine moves, but it's always quite fun to to look for yourself, isn't it? Yeah, h5. I also like h5, but if you can't really speculate in this position. If you speculate now that h5 might bring you good, then if it doesn't work out, then you're just really worse and you wasted a move. So if you play h5, you have to be really sure that it will do something good for your position, because you're using a whole tempo. Maybe you're wasting it. Not sure. G4. Yeah, I briefly mentioned G4, saying that G4 doesn't work right now because black can take it. But yeah, you're right. You could risk it actually to open the file here. And I don't know if it's Hannah's style, but yeah, white can castle sooner. And I mean, white can also attack at some point on the G file. But yeah, that's the kind of solution I would expect from you. Yeah, it's engine also doesn't like it. If the engine bar also gives us a direction to think. But yeah, you're probably right here. Bishop h5, and maybe there's not much going on. Yeah, it's not easy to say. I think white probably has to somehow lock himself in some ways. I mean, just lock up the center and hope nothing too bad happens. But yeah, that's not what we wanted to do. I mean, there's also... I mean, if we can't also castle queenside, really, I think, in most cases, because b5 ideas are just getting stronger and stronger, or knight d4 ideas, or yeah, anything in that direction. Yeah, I also said I'm not an open Sicilian player. I already mentioned at this point this position is overwhelming for me. There's too much going on. Just play d4, right? d4 London, and yeah, don't get into all that stress. Okay, knight d4 is on the board. Okay, but that's okay. We're happy to see that, right? She just played knight d4. She didn't castle. I feel like that would have been more uncomfortable, because now it's kind of heating up, and yeah, I mean, black's pieces are still quite weirdly placed. Okay, so knight d4. What do you think? The engine isn't the biggest fan. We can, of course, we should probably start by thinking about bishop d4 takes a knight e2, I guess. Maybe black is relying on some sort of check here. Like takes. I guess we should take with the e-pawn. Bishop a4 and then king f1. That might be a position which black might have had in mind. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. I'm just exploring the options here. So this is possible. The engine loves this position for white, by the way. I feel like many players would stop calculating now that the king can't castle anymore, but there are many more important factors here. The king is also quite safe on f1, and the rook has some chances on h1 as well. Okay, Konstantin, you would go h5, and now h6 is probably too much of a threat than that black can do anything else than h6, right? Because the idea is that, let's say, castles h6 is already a really big problem for black, because you can't move the pawn anywhere. That would be a pretty bad idea. But also, if you don't move the pawn, then white will just take and the whole king opens up. So yeah, I guess h4, h6 should be the move. And yeah, then we think about it again. Bishop d4 takes knight e2. It looks a little passive. I can understand why black would try to go for that. But it's very, very concrete. So if it works immediately, then it's can be great for white. But if it doesn't work, then black might already be on the better side. Okay, so knight e2. Yeah, how? To have two knights fighting for one strong square. We can. You think we should? You think you should take? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a grandmaster level move. I wouldn't think about that. Okay, knight e7. Knight e7, and then how does black even recapture? Queen? Queen looks so weird, but I guess queen. And then we take maybe. Yeah, right. Okay, and now we're saying that, but what if something like, I'm not sure how to take back. That's also good. Are you happy with that position? I guess the king would never be really safe on g8. There, white could have a strong advantage on this long diagonal. Yeah, but that's very, very deep. C takes d5, of course. Okay. C takes d5 because Yeah, makes sense. Okay, now it's of course like a little like a King's Indian structure, where black can't really attack on f5 anymore. Also, do we castle now? Or is it a bad idea? Imagine if I'm in the tournament playing a long middle game. How many minutes should I think only for one move? 7 or even longer? This beautiful game of chess, yeah. It's actually an interesting question, because if you think about it, you don't have too much time. If you have 90 minutes for 40 moves, you can only take 3 minutes on average. Don't correct me on the math here, please. But there's not a lot of time. You, of course, should play the opening faster and pause if there's something to calculate, because mistakes in calculation are more dramatic than mistakes in positional play. They can lose you the game more easily. But I think, yeah, it's should be rare to take a lot of time. For example, now Hannah is on 50 minutes. Okay, but she's what, in which move? Which move are they in? 95, 94. Okay, 94. So for 14 moves, she took 40 minutes, which, if you calculate it, is probably not too much. So maybe there's a time trouble lurking at some point, which would be, which could be problematic later on. So I think the default should really be don't think for too long, because time trouble can, in many cases, really be avoided. And yeah, try to practice quick decision making. Okay, 94. Okay, Konstantin, our chess expert in this session, now suggested h5 and then taking, which looks quite strong, but is also really high level. So there can, really anything can happen still. But let's look into the double perspective. Oh, Kata's opponent finally moved. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, what did he play? Let's have a look. Rook c1. Okay, rook c1. What do you think about that? Take. Okay, did Kata take? She didn't take. Okay, I mean, I get that the rook is attacking c7 later on, but is it really that good? So if we take, black takes back, and we take. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, that's that's an obvious problem, because bishop takes, and then there's a fork, and if we take, there's another fork, and yeah, that's a way to lose the game. Okay, so now you could probably put more pressure on b4 with queen e7 or something like that. What does white even do in this position? I mean, rook b1 can't be the idea, right? But what else? What else? I don't see it. I mean, any kind of queen trade, even if it doesn't. Okay. I guess it isn't that obvious. Okay, but why can't we take here? Is it still bishop c7? That's crazy. And the bishop is kind of trapped in this case. Look at that. Bishop a7, knight a7, rook a7, and now not bishop b6, because now the bishop is defended and black's doing well. But bishop b8, and now the rook can't defend the bishop anymore, and black is dead lost because they also lose the rook here in the corner. So yeah, that's a crazy tactic. I'm not sure if Kata's opponent saw that. Okay, but maybe we get a transposition soon. Queen e7, queen b3, okay. And now you could probably get into the same position which we had with taking. And what should black do now? Okay, we know queen b4 is a blunder. What about knight b4? It's also a blunder. Okay. Let's rewind. What do you think? White should resign? Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I feel like he might play on. It's just a feeling. Knight e4. Is it still this game? Yeah, if knight e4, then our tactics would probably work better. That's true. But engine makes me think there's a quick way. I also thought about e5. But if now pawn takes, then somehow a lot of pieces are hanging still. A lot of black pieces. The bishop is kind of locked out, but I mean the bishop's hanging. And we can't really take on b4 now. If we take back, then yeah, I mean I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tactic. I mean probably a5 is just a big problem because the bishop can't defend c7 anymore. Okay, so what do we do here instead? Castles? Probably just castles, I guess. That's always the answer. If you're in doubt, just castle. And now engine says black is just better because b4 is so annoying to protect. I think that's the whole problem for white. Yeah, black has to calculate what happens after a5 though. What does happen after a5? Does the bishop just go back? I guess. No, I don't guess. Knight takes a5. Wow, these are crazy lines. Okay, black is supposed to sacrifice the piece, and now knight c3. Okay, that probably doesn't work because of something like knight e4. Wow, but that's impossible to see, I think. These lines, to calculate all these lines is probably really hard. But yeah, someone in chat spotted it. So well done. I wouldn't think about it, honestly. But yeah, I mean, if you know that the engine approves of it, then you also tend to like it, I guess. But yeah, it's really interesting. But okay, we can now understand why Kata wouldn't take here. Taking doesn't really make sense if you don't have a huge follow-up. Okay, so knight h5. It's an interesting idea. It's also a good idea. I feel like this engine judgment is too harsh. I don't think it's as bad as chess.com wants to make it look. But the idea is simple. I mean, the idea is just to trade off the knight for the bishop. And if the bishop is gone, then we can take on b4 much more easily, since the bishop doesn't attack c7 anymore. Okay, what did white do? White took on a5. We talked about that already before, that taking on a5 is quite obvious, but not always quite good. Kata took back with the knight. I think she's already thinking about c6 at some later stages. Queen b4 came, and now it's Kata's turn. Okay. How are you feeling about this position for black? I also like knight h5. Yeah, it's not the engine's top choice, but it's also not that far off, and I feel like it has really good logical reasonings behind it. So it's far simpler to play than all these engine lines, which are, of course, much more complicated. And now, honestly, if black just takes and okay, there goes the advantage. But I was trying to say, yeah, black still has to be kind of careful, because if black just would drop back, then there's again this problem with the bishop not being able to protect c7 anymore. So that's what we have to look out for in this position. So yeah, we should just take, I guess, right? Do you think white would exchange queens now, or would he just take back? I feel like taking queens might already be a lost endgame. Because what has white accomplished? The answer being really nothing. And black, no, bishop d7 might not be the perfect move, but a5, a4 is incredibly weak. The whole white king side isn't developed. Black is completely developed now. So I guess white should take back now. But also this position really looks good for black. I mean, there's no threat coming for white whatsoever. We just have to figure out how to get out of this situation. It might be a little unpleasant at some point. Yeah, let them come to you. That's correct. I also a term I thought about earlier was to trade is a mistake. That's also a saying which I have heard before. I'm not a big fan, because it's of course very general, and it's also not true in every case. But yeah, it's interesting that it's such a common mistake to trade deliberately. Maybe also just knight c6, right? To kind of ask the queen where it's going and where is it really going. I mean, again, trading is probably a lost endgame already. It's just terrible. So what else? I mean, white should probably go back then. What, black has a draw now? Black can go back and forth, but I'm sure Katarina doesn't want a draw. I mean, not from the start, but especially not now. And I guess black can just develop here. Bishop d7, stack the rooks, and just take a4. I think it would be really, really difficult to defend. This knight is also getting worse and worse every move. And I feel like Katarina is really in a strong spot here. So I think this plan of knight h5, knight f4 might have worked even better than what the engine would have done. c5 looks like a strong possibility. Yeah, like right now. And not right now, but yeah, if you if you now take, and now knight c6, or yeah, okay, I get it now. Yeah, c5 is also interesting. That's true. I didn't spot that, but you're right. Yeah, c5 looks really good, because the white king is so far away from castling on one hand, and the black king can be castled in one move, and also the position is going to open up probably, and then we have a strong attack soon. The engine's also already saying almost -2. So that's also good. Yeah, nice move. Nice move, c5. Yeah, after knight f4, yeah, I was getting confused. Yeah, trading is almost never neutral. That's also a chess coach saying. I've heard it as a student, but also as a chess coach. It's really interesting to think about trades as never being completely even. I mean, knight for knight is not always completely even, as one side might need the knight more than the other. And yeah, that's how you should think about chess, and that's also how you improve. On beginner level, let's say, a knight for knight might actually sometimes be just a knight for knight, but as you get better, the more nuanced these trades become. Yeah, so c5 is a nice suggestion. So I think there are really a lot of ways. I mean, c5 is the more concrete way to immediately punish white. It makes a lot of sense. And Katarina would also be better if she just kept going like quite passively, but I really like c5, so I think she has good chances again. She's taking her time now, which is a good idea, I guess, because if she plays correctly now, then she is already quite a lot better. I'm not sure if we can see if she made a move yet, but it doesn't look like it. It's really interesting because I'm never sure if the videos are completely live. Oh, what happened now? Okay. Let's have a look at Hannah's game, shall we? Hope everything's still working out. Yeah, Hannah immediately took. I feel like that's also pretty logical. Also, the first thing I thought about. And now she went knight e2, and now she's kind of putting a little bit of pressure on black, because she's saying, if you do nothing, then probably this pawn will fall and I'm going to have a great position. So black now really has to do something special, and she is thinking about doing something special. So that's the live position right now, where I would have thought maybe the plan of black might have been to go bishop d5 followed by a check. Check is also something that many people like to do a lot, because now white loses his castling rights by force. So now white has to go king f1, and this might not look great on first glance, but actually the pawns here are really solid. Maybe white will go b3 at some point. The d4 pawn will probably not be defendable, and the rook here is not too bad, because on h3 it also has a lot of interesting possibilities. So this position might happen, and we would have, I think we would have an interesting game ahead of us still. But yeah, let's see what her opponent. She already took. Okay. Chess.com is kind of confusing me here with the live board. Okay, now it's an interesting position. I will turn the lights on because it's getting dark in Vienna. And in the meantime, you can think about which pawn would you recapture with. In this case, c pawn or e pawn. Good luck. Maybe you might have seen the solution already. Okay. Yeah, white doesn't not really need to castle. I think so too. And I think actually e-pawn might be better because it's really, really important then that this bishop has a job that is relevant in this position. Because we are running more short or pieces are going off the board really quickly. And so it's important that every light piece is really playing an important role. And if we took with the c-pawn, then I wouldn't be sure how important of a role the bishop really played. So that's one point. And maybe also it's a good idea to keep the c-file half closed still. So I would expect e takes, but she played e takes. That's a great move. And actually, exactly this position happened. Bishop h5, bishop a5, and now king f1. King f1 is forced. And bishop a5, as obvious as it might look, is already a mistake, because now after king f1, I think it's really difficult for black to find a good move. I mean, white is ready to take the pawn on d4. Someone also said already the rook would be good on h3. Yeah, knight g3, and also that's right. The queen could become active now. Later. Also, the bishop might be a good attacking piece. h5, h6, play like alpha 0. I think king f1 is still kind of safe. It's also interesting to think about it this way. Now we have opposite colored bishop. So black has the dark squared bishop, white has the light squared bishop. So in general, in this position, the light squares will probably be our strong side, the squares where we are strong. So a king on a light square will pretty much always be quite safe, especially if there are still pawns in front of him, because there's no way to attack the king from the diagonals. And also, there are just two pieces really who could attack the king, and three pieces who could defend the king, kind of. And that's why also here the king is quite safe, and that's also why we should probably stick to light square piece placement. So that's why also rook h3 would probably be a good move at some point. And yeah, black should probably do the same on the other side. Yeah, fear is not always a good... doesn't always help you in chess. Sometimes it can help you a lot, like having a feeling for danger. But sometimes it can also, lead you the wrong way. But in this case, also, the king is still on the e file. You still have to pay a lot of attention, so it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but it was a really strong way of playing by Hannah. I think Hannah here, she took a lot of time after knight d4. And she already calculated, I think, that after king f1, her king is actually not weak, but in fact pretty safe. So that was a very good estimation by her. And that might be an important moment in this game. Yeah, that's true. Here, this could be a way to attack the king, but the e file is not really of that huge importance in this case. But of course, in chess, sometimes the position might be slightly different, and then already an extreme and completely different move could be the best. So it's just always about improving how well you estimate positions. But this is a really instructive game, and Hannah does play quite quite well here. She did really well here by like forcing black in these weird um, decisions. So yeah, that's yeah. I don't know too much about Hannah's style, so you guys, it's interesting for me as well to if you tell me about her style. So yeah, she probably you say she likes to castle a lot. I'm the same. I'm always trying to castle in any type of position, but yeah, it's interesting because in this case it's also a good decision. So it's you can't always play by principles, but it's also a good idea to switch it up a little bit and to play by what you think is really best. And in this case, yeah, it was completely the right decision. So well done. Black did castle already, and now it's Hannah's turn. Hannah might take a little more time. Engine is suggesting h5. h5 is extremely logical, as we established. b3, we already talked about that move as well. Just doing a pawn chain here, which would be difficult to crack, but important to crack for black. But this pawn chain would be quite strong. And yeah, I'm wondering how bad knight takes d4 really is, because it does look quite obvious. But I guess it would be even better for white to just not take the pawn, which is really interesting. I think also, this is another interesting moment, I think. Also, the pawn here might be in the way of the black pieces if they want to attack the king. If we were to take it, the bishop could maybe go to b6 and become a real monster here and actually look into the right direction, and now f2 might become weak. If we wait and not take immediately, then it's far more easy to defend the king, because this pawn is in the way of any attacks that black might try. So this is I'm not sure if Hannah would take that pawn, or if she's going to take that pawn. She's calculating it for sure, but I don't think it's going really far if she doesn't capture it right now. So might as well wait, but it's a really difficult decision to make again. So yeah, I'm not sure how she might decide, but she's doing really well. Also, you have to notice her opponent is really strong. She's one of the strongest players in the tournament. And also, I'm not sure if you can see it, but she's undefeated. She has had 3 wins and 4 draws, so no one has beaten her so far. So maybe Hannah can be the first one. It's looking good, but the position is still very, very complex. Okay. If you put yeah, that's also a good point. White should play h5. We've seen that on the engine before. And if something like h6 and maybe now knight g3, as you mentioned, the knight has no squares. It doesn't even not have any good squares, but it has no squares. It really doesn't have any single square. So white could have a really dominant position from that point on. And now white can think about building a battery here on this diagonal. And yeah, that might become unpleasant. But that's not easy to see. I think especially knight g3 is not a move that is entirely obvious, because you're passing on the free pawn. So you're kind of sacrificing a pawn. You're taking a pawn that you could easily take. So I don't think it's easy to see, but it's definitely, it looks very, very strong. So let's see if Hannah will go for it. Okay, let's just look at Ah, Kata has new moves on her game as well. So they played. Let me just check. She took, yeah, best move. Nice. And now after takes, she didn't go for c5, which was suggested, which would have been strong, probably. But she did go for bishop d7. Now knight f3, and now this is the position with black to move. Yeah, I think black can still be very happy here. There's not much that can go wrong. She eliminated this really strong bishop on f4. That was really important that she did that. Not only objectively, but also for her playing comfort, just not having to think about this strong bishop for the rest of the game. She has now the bishop pair. How do you make green color? Not sure. Huh. Okay, the bishop pair is strong here. And of course, c5 would be a good plan at some point. It's probably still a good move. And yeah, she just has all the good arguments on her side. I mean, if you think about it, what reason is there that white could ever be better in this position? Black has the better structure because a5 might be weak. Yeah. Have you guys heard of pawn islands? It's a term I always talk about in training. But pawn islands are like islands of pawns which can't defend each other anymore. So this is a pawn island because this pawn has no pawns next to it. These two guys are a pawn island because, again, there are no pawns next to them. And these pawns are another pawn island. They can defend each other, but they can't defend the other islands. So any island is kind of on its own. And as you might guess already, the less pawn islands you have, the better. And Katarina has one big pawn island, so that's very harmonious. It's a great structure for her. And she can now attack all these weak pawns. I mean, yeah, it's just a great position to play. The pieces are better. Kata's pieces are better in this position. Also, black is better developed. White still has the bishop not developed. And black is also right now the person who can move. So really a lot of good points about Kata's position. But it's still not easy to play. Yeah, it's like Love Island, that's true. Or I would say it's even like Temptation Island, but with pawns. So I mean, it would be a mistake to let white rejoin them in a way. Yeah, Hannah's better. Kata's also doing really well. Both of them have strong opponents, so we can really be happy right now. They're both doing really well. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. I think of the two, Kata has the easier game right now, even though she's black. But I think it's easier to play because there's no dynamics involved. She just has, it's likely that it will go into an endgame, and she just has a lot of positional upsides. And Hannah is also better, but it's more difficult to play because her king is kind of in a weird spot. As you can see, the king is on f1, which isn't great. It's also not bad, that's why she's better, but it's not easy to play. Also, the bishops are on opposite sides, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. There's always this decision of should white take, should white not take. Hannah has to think about this every move. So yeah, for her it's probably more difficult to play, but both are doing really, really well. Let's go to Kata's game. Knight c4 still seems strong. You mean going here? Oh, that's not even the position, right? This is the position. Yeah. You mean like if black goes here, knight f4, knight c4? Yeah, I think white will probably go for queen b4, and then we have to. I agree that if we could get the knight here without taking the queens off, like you see, this would be a dream here. But it's not completely obvious how we can manage that, because if we take, then the rook is suddenly also defending c4. Or maybe we can still go knight c4 as the pawn is hanging. But yeah, trading should only be done with caution, because if it goes wrong, then you have allowed your opponent maybe a way into a draw. But yeah, something like that is also possible. Okay, let's go into the live game. You know what I never understand is, why does the board look... I mean, I get that the board should look different if I'm in the analysis, right? But if I'm live, it somehow doesn't change. Yeah. I'm not not a big expert. Okay. Hannah has made a move. Hannah has played g3. g3 is also one of the top engine moves, so well done to Hannah. I think it's more of a positional approach. Hannah wants to, I think, get her king to g2, and then the rook is ready to move on the back rank again. So it's not the most aggressive plan, but it's a very solid plan, and it kind of gives black now the free hand what to do with her position. But I think it's not easy to play with black, so kind of waiting and just improving your position a little bit might be a good idea here, as she did. g3 is a good improving move. If the king lands on g2, the white position will be very harmonious. And yeah, let's see what black will do. Let's have a look at the time situation as well. Both of them are still quite okay on time, but they should probably speed up soon, because getting in time trouble could be problematic. I'm just now seeing that the setup looks weird. Let's do it a little more symmetrical. It's my first stream, guys. So if you haven't heard before, it's the first ever live stream where I actually am in charge of what you guys can see. So yeah, it's an interesting experience for me, because talking that much it's also interesting. So feel free to write anything you think about in the chat, so I'm not talking to myself. And yeah, if something technical isn't working, which I'm actually amazed to how it seems to be working so far, then just also tell me. Okay. We also, when they're finished, Hannah and Kata will probably come into the live stream for a short call, and they will tell us how they felt during the game and what they think about their games. Yeah, definitely stay tuned for that, because that will probably be the most interesting part of the stream. And yeah, I'm also interested to see what they will say. Yeah, nice move by Hannah. I also thought that maybe she would take the pawn, but I also agree that now, after anything like knight d4, it would make black's task easier. It's even possible, but practically it's maybe not the best move. g3 is very natural. It's very logical. Like it. Yeah, I'm also not sure. Maybe I also think Hannah isn't completely sure if she's ever going to take this pawn. I also wouldn't be sure. White has a good position in this moment because White never or White doesn't have to think about taking the pawn in every move, but Black does. Black has to calculate every move. Now can White take d4? And then next move, again, can White now take d4? And that takes a lot of calculating work. And White, I mean, of course, she can calculate knight d4, but if she is short on time or she just doesn't want to, she then can just concentrate on something else. So it's more difficult to play now because Black always has to expect knight d4, and they never know if White actually plans that. Okay, now also it isn't easy to say what Black is really trying to do. I'm always thinking about b5 here because taking would be probably it's not a big mistake actually now, but it looks kind of weird because now Black actually gets an attack or gets good central control. Engine says it's great for White, but yeah, that's engine talk. I would prefer b3 probably, just to keep it safe. It's also not ideal, but I think that's the most logical direction where White can go. Yeah, what else? I mean, if Black doesn't play b5, what is he really doing? Thank you for the compliments. I'm trying my best. Yeah. If you have any wishes to which game we should look at, then definitely tell me. I'm just looking at what comes into my mind. But yeah, if you think there's a critical moment in one of the games, then yeah, just tell me. So yeah, we could go back to Kata's game right now because yeah, Hannah's opponent will probably think for a little longer, and my guess would be that we will see more of Hannah than of Kata, meaning that Kata's game might be over sooner before Hannah's game, but I'm not sure. But I feel like so much has traded off here already, or seems like it's going off the board soon, then that it might end quite soon. Let's play Guess the Move, chat. Everyone has to guess the move for Black here. It's Kata's move. She's thinking for a little while now, and we are competing with each other now. So I'm thinking about which move I would predict by Kata. You don't have to say what you think is the best move. Maybe it's also what you think is the best move. But what do you think? What do you expect? Black to move, by the way. I also have to come up with an answer. I always do that with my students who are still quite young. So we sometimes do that in kids training sessions because it's kind of gamey and it's of course fun because you can always have luck, and it's just exciting to do. Okay, what would I say? She moved already. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so I bought. Okay, she castled bishop d3, knight a5. So the knight's going back. So probably her plan is to go queen b4 and then no, not c5 probably, because now after queen a3 the pawn is pinned, I guess. But this position still looks quite good, I guess, for Kata. The queen can unpin now, maybe attack this pawn. c4 is always an option. c4, I mean, not now, but c4 always looks like there might be some tactics. d4 could be weak, so there are many different approaches to this. Okay. So knight a5 played. And queen c2 played. Okay. And now c6. Wait. Well, Kata really didn't hesitate for that one. But isn't the knight just gone now? Chat? Plus 2.5. How about resigning now? This doesn't look great, does it? I mean, it looks great for Kata. Obviously, that's really good. Her opponent also doesn't look happy, right? If I interpret his body language well enough. And Kata looks confident. Yeah, I think that this game is probably. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a resigner he is. There are also many people who just don't resign. Then the game might take a little longer. But this looks quite strong. No, he's probably not having fun right now. Wow, this went quickly. I didn't even see it. It's like he's in the principal's office. Yeah, you can. Losing at chess is a terrible feeling. We have all been there. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of blunder after which I would actually consider resigning. I think optically this position looks even worse than what the engine gives it right now. So, good news for Kata, definitely. Yeah, just the knight is just gone. And this is the problem with this line, unfortunately. If you can't make any sense of this knight, and it's difficult if you aren't a grandmaster, then the knight is just sometimes weirdly placed. So, yeah, I mean, chess-wise, there's really not too much to talk about here. Because, I mean, let's have a look what the engine suggests. Yeah, the pawn is hanging. That's true. That's why it's not that terrible so far. And now, according to the computer, black has to watch out that the bishop doesn't get trapped, but now black takes, and now black can move his rook to the open file. And that should be very, very good. Okay. I'm trying to make myself resign more to play after the type of thing. Yeah, actually, there's so many different ways to approach this. I feel like it's that there are two fractions in chess. Some who also say, who always say, oh, the bot looks weird. Some who would say never resign, and some who say if you don't resign at some point, it's disrespectful. I was also brought up the way that people told me that I have to resign at some point, that resigning is a logical end to the game. Many, like 95% of my losses ended with resigns rather than checkmate, or of my wins as well. That's kind of like the more traditional approach, I guess. but people more and more, I think also the people who started chess recently are more on the side of never resign, which I actually have to say I understand it a lot. I'm also like a kids coach. I do a lot of coaching for kids, and it's not easy to explain to kids why you have to resign. Um, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, and I also think it isn't too helpful really to many people. I mean, of course, in some cases, you could say you're wasting time, but um, you could say that in any chess position. I mean, you don't have a your opponent isn't forced to resign after a certain point. I feel like, and also in other sports, also don't resign, right? If in football, if it's 5-0, then you also play till the end. So, yeah, I also I'm more of a late resigner. I'm still resigning my games, most cases, but I can understand anyone who plays until mate. Um, Only resign to titled players. Yeah, I also have noticed that when I got a title, people resign a lot more often, actually, and also resign a lot earlier. They sometimes I played a game where one guy was about to lose a pawn. It wasn't even sure if he will lose a pawn, like in move 15, and he just resigned, which was shortly after I got my title, and that's the kind of stuff you can afford then. People also take draws far more easily. If you if you're a titled player and you have a bad position, you can really often get out of that with just offering a draw. I am FM, an FM. Barely, you could say. Mm. She had Phoebe. Yeah, she had -1 against her. Yeah, also anything can happen, right? I mean, even if a grandmaster blunders a queen in one move, when he thinks his opponent should have resigned, then it's not the opponent's fault, right? I mean, the opponent isn't guilty if they just don't resign. It's a possibility, but you don't have to do it. Yeah, I'm. Ah, yeah. Is this a live position, or have they? Yeah, this is the live position. So we might see. Did Kata's opponent take off his shirt when he blundered? Just just a question. Um, yeah, engine says the bishop has to go back at some point. Yeah, knight is still trapped. There's no safe place for the knight. If the queen was on d3, for example, then maybe Kata would be in more danger. Let's just see what happens if white plays a little crazy, like with queen h3 or something. But I feel like, yeah, g6, also queen f6, but like this kind of position is always very, very safe. White just doesn't have enough attackers. It might look scary at some point, but it's really not. And Kata is strong enough, and she also has enough time to figure that out comfortably. Okay, so Kata's doing well. Kata might win the whole thing, the whole thing. But we have action. Do we have action on Hannah's board? Yeah, we do. Okay. b5 happened, as we discussed. b3 happened, as we discussed. And now f5 happened. And this seems to be a bad move. It also looks like a bad move to me, to be honest. But yeah, black also probably didn't really have any other ideas. If black plays passively now, then white will just improve his position, improve the king, maybe improve the queen and the knight, and then at some point attack and win this pawn. So black really has to do something quick. Yeah, b5, I think b5 is quite obvious. It's a very human move because you're looking for something active and you see that b5 works tactically. So like this isn't really an option for white. But yeah, so it still doesn't change a lot about the position. So I think f5 isn't the idea isn't bad, but just in this position, it is a bad idea because the knight is really she played it. She played knight f4, so we're thinking alike. Okay, at least we have that. Okay, so Engine is saying, of course, that we shouldn't fear f4 because there's no exchange sack, which is worrying. Which, I mean, makes sense, I guess, but this could look scary if you calculate it. Yeah, because obviously the dark squares can become weak and the king is not safe. So knight f4 is a very human move. I mean, seems like not the best, but white is still better. And now e6 is weak. And that's why I thought that f5 might not be good, because the pawn should still defend e6, I guess. And I also understand that you wouldn't want to allow f4. Engines don't have feelings, so they just say h4, and I love to take this exchange and just defend, but that's easier said than done. And I like that she played knight f4. That's very, very logical. And e6 will be a weakness forever. Also notice that it's also weak because this bishop can never defend e6 and this bishop can. So that's another point of these opposite colored bishops. The knight is also far away from defending e6, if you now think about it. How will the knight ever defend e6? It's really hard to say. And this position is really easy to play, I feel like, for Hannah. I mean, if she just goes for king g2, h5, queen f3, at some point knight e6, maybe h6 if her opponent allows her to, then she will get a little more pressure every move. And it will be a little harder to defend every move for black. So I wouldn't give it a question mark. Can we remove that? I guess not. Hannah's doing very well on the clock. That's also important. I think she's also, it's very likely that the advantage might increase even for Hannah, because I feel like Hannah has the more obvious moves now. Hannah can quickly play king g2, for example. King g2 is an obvious move, and it just, it's just a move you can quickly play. And black doesn't really have obvious moves. So I feel like this move here just makes the position also easy to play, or keeps it easy to play for white. She never let her opponent really attack her, right? That's always the danger if you have space advantage like Hannah has. But she always kept her opponent's activity to a minimum. That's really, really important here. And that's probably what we can learn from that game. That Black's attempts to attack were always stopped at the perfect time. So at some point you will not have any more possibilities to attack. I mean, at some point you're out of resources. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look at the view of both. Kata has won the piece. Hannah has also has a good position. And yeah, let's see what their opponents are doing. Oh, we have a move on Hannah's board, guys. Rook f6. Engine hates it, but let's see why. Okay, rook f6 is kind of a passive move. To me, it says go knight e6, and I'm going to take it off. And that's also probably what I would not want to allow. But I feel like if white just goes king g2, no. I'm probably okay. My take on this position is that black should probably have gone knight g6 with the idea that if the knight goes to e5, then it is actually annoying. So this knight will be very, very strong. But the knight on e5 is also quite strong. So I think rook f6 might be a mistake because now you can prevent knight g6 by playing h5. And now the knight is really trapped. I mean, look at the knight. It, again, has no squares where it can go to. I mean, it doesn't even have bad squares. It just has no squares. Yeah, I would wait with knight e6 because here the knight is already also quite strong, and we can prevent counterplay right now. And later we will definitely put our knight on e6, but I think we can wait a little bit. Yeah, all the streamers are doing well right now, right? Yeah, yeah. Kata's opponent doesn't look happy. That's true. That's true. He also lost the piece in a quite dramatic fashion. Okay, let's hope that Hannah will play h5. Even if she doesn't, she's probably still better. But h5 is a strong move to prevent counterplay from her opponent. Oh, and she played h5. Let's go. Well played by Hannah. h5, strongest move. The knight is now completely trapped, and black is kind of running out of moves. I mean, what is black really trying to do? Everything is blocked. The bishop doesn't have nice squares. The knight has no squares. The queen is trapped. The rook is in a weird place. So yeah, really well played by Hannah. And now I don't see how black should really proceed. Maybe it's time for desperation of black. I mean, strong players, of course, they will not let you win easily now, but Hannah's really doing really well. So black might try something desperate like g5. Of course, g5 can never be good because after en passant, your rook is open towards the king is opened up, and yeah, that's just a great position. But black could also play g6, that's true. But I feel like this opening of the h file always helps white. So black probably should recapture with the pawn. Maybe not. And white could maybe also already think about like getting the queen to the h file and then just checkmating. So it's not really clear if that really helped black. So maybe she should recapture with the knight. But even now, we talked about pawn islands before. Black has 4 of them, and the king will never be safe for the rest of the game. Yeah, maybe she could try putting the rook on the g file. It's not completely easy now. Hannah has a great position, but it's not it's not completely obvious how you should win now. So yeah, black might still try for counterplay via the G file or something else. Black can only be desperate. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, rook G6 also. This trade is probably good. Also, I think anything which gives the queen a way in is also looks so dangerous for black. And I mean, you're only really making your position worse. I mean, it's probably still a good attempt because it's kind of muddying the waters, as they say. But yeah, I mean, it's not something to be afraid of course. Okay, G6. G5, it's all the same. Maybe G6 is even more logical, but both moves don't really look great. And yeah, Hannah did really well also because she didn't think too long for H5. She keeps her time advantage. So you see here, she only thought for 5 minutes, which is good timing. And now she still has plenty of time to keep going. And as I said, some moves like King G2, Knight, Queen F3, and even Knight E6 later can be made quite quickly. Okay, we have a move. Rook H6. I also thought about that, I have to say. But I couldn't come up with a reason why the rook would be great on H6. I mean, white could just go King G2, right? And I mean, the pawn on H5 will never be weak because it's defended 3 times now. And black would have to attack it 4 times to threaten to capture it. And there's no way black will ever attack this pawn 4 times. I mean, it's probably like a trick already. I guess the black idea is that if white does something random, then black can move the g-pawn and white can't take anymore because now the pawn is pinned. But that's easy to spot. So, I mean, and even she wouldn't even have to take. So there's really no way to go wrong here. But that's probably the idea. I think King G2 is perfectly fine. Knight E6 might again be really good already. Yeah, and Rook G6 is just doesn't do too much. So yeah, Hannah will probably, I guess, go for a safe move now. Nothing too crazy, as I think she doesn't have to do. Yeah, we have to somehow. I'm not sure if we can about how to fix it, but I think the position doesn't reload by itself on my laptop. I'm not sure why. Would be nicer if it did. Yeah, and Queen D3 actually came. Yeah, we talked about that. Nice. We had this exact position in the when we discussed this position. Great sentence structure, but you know what I mean here. We talked about this being an attempt because black is now desperate. Desperation, we've seen that before on another board, haven't we? And yeah, white wants to checkmate black, but it's not going to happen. And I think Kata is going for the setup, which I also talked about, which is just G3. And now Knight G5 came, and I think now King G7 might be a strong move. But of course, you still have to pay attention here. I mean, King G7, H4 might be an idea for white. Just trying to open everything up. I mean, yeah, I mean, you could always go wrong, I guess, when you're being attacked. But Engine says it's not going anywhere, and I also don't feel too scared for Kata right now. Yeah, I think Kata has still enough time to figure this out. I think if in a blitz game this might not be too simple, so it's important to keep enough time on the clock now. So Kata probably shouldn't take all her time now, which I'm sure she's not going to do. That shouldn't happen. But if she doesn't think for too long here and finds a good solution, then I'm very optimistic for her. I mean, she is a good piece up in the end. Blitz would be scary. That's true. Yeah, for Hannah, it would be a nice result. Also for the overall tournament standings. I mean, if both of them win, they would have 6 out of 8. Maybe they would even play against one another. That would be, I think, the best case for the last round. But yeah, they can still get a really, really good result. Also, Hannah's opponent is very strong, elo-wise. But I don't know how strong Hannah really is. Maybe she also doesn't play too much and is really stronger. Would I know Hannah's performance rating? It's a good question. You can sometimes look it up on chess.com. 1840. Can you see it? I think you can see it. 1840. She's losing a little bit of rating points, but it's on this level. It's really difficult to really interpret a lot into this performance rating because, for example, let's just keep it there. Let's talk about this guy. He is playing a lot better than his rating, and Kata also lost against him. And this guy probably also plays a lot better than 1600. So this is calculated into the performance rating, of course. But these guys are probably better than their elo. So yeah, it doesn't mean that she's underperforming in total. So it's always, that's one of them is probably both are a lot underrated. So yeah, it's not obvious that this is the real performance rating. She played a 7-year-old yesterday. This guy. Is it this one? Yeah, that's also, it's always uncomfortable to play against kids. I know that from experience as well. They're really, really uncomfortable opponents. Okay, Hannah played Queen f3, and her opponent played Queen b7. There's really not too much going on here. At least nothing concrete. I think King g2 might be a safe choice. And for Kata's position, she played e5. Wow. Okay, now we have to lock in. e5. e5 might be a very, very strong move. So Kata is thinking that if she now plays passive, as we talked about, her opponent might have time to open up the rook. And the more pieces get into the attack, the stronger the attack becomes. So Kata doesn't want to allow her opponent that time. So she immediately plays e5 to distract white from attacking her. So she's now the one attacking. She's the one with the initiative. So it's interesting idea, of course. And yeah, what happens now? Her opponent took, which I think is the only move. The f pawn can't take because now the knight is gone. So pawn takes. And now it's Kata's move again. And I'm curious to see what her idea was. One idea for sure was that the queen can't go to h3 anymore. The bishop defends that square. So that's good already. Is there another concrete idea? I'm not sure right now. I mean, bishop f5, you can't really go wrong with that. Also, you have to take the knight soon, because now the knight actually does have a square on d4. So that's also a point which you have to keep in mind. Yeah, bishop f5. Bishop f5 looks very logical. f6. I mean, just f6 is a big statement, because you do have some problems here. The queen cannot come in. That's true. Yeah. Queen g6 is also not a problem, right? Yeah, maybe it's just g6. That's true. It's not principle. I mean, it doesn't look safe, but if it works, then the attack might be over very, very soon, because the knight is hanging. And yeah, there's really nothing to do. You're right. Yeah, I think, now that you said it, it's pretty obvious. That's true. I got lost in the complications. Isolani, we had Konstantin already here, who was advising me. So it's good that you're here now as well for some high level suggestions. So yeah, we have another strong player in the chat. So I have a little less to worry about. Yeah, f6 looks super strong, of course. f6, of course, also the top engine line. Bishop f5 and then f6 also works well. And yeah, what else? Yeah, really nothing else to say. f6 is the obvious solution here. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look at Hannah's game. Her opponent played queen b7. She played king g2 as we expected. Also quite quickly, just 1 minute. That's really good that she's keeping her time advantage, because that's the way to lose this kind of position. Is when you get in time trouble. If you don't get in time trouble, you will really never lose this position. So it's good that she's playing quickly, and king g2 is just a solid move. Just makes the position better and doesn't really make anything worse. I think her opponent was, by the way, hoping for knight e6, where white could take, and now the queen is hanging. So that's another cheeky trick. I think her opponent is, she's trying a lot of tricks now. So it's, I think that is also a sign that she doesn't like her position, Hannah's opponent, because she is already playing for tricks. She's not trying to outplay Hannah anymore. It's more like a game of tricking her. Okay. Rook f8. Rook f8. Now we can, of course, go knight e6. Now that is possible. What else is there? Yeah, 96. What's a little annoying is that the bishop here protects e1. If we could just move a rook to e1, then black might already be able to resign. Yeah, maybe we could prepare b4 or something. Yeah, 96, I think you can't go wrong with 96. I think that's a good move. The question is just how to continue. Where does the rook even go? That's another question. No square looks great. Also, white might go just rook h4 and then maybe pick up this pawn. Or maybe pick up this pawn at some point with the knight. So yeah, Heiner can probably just do anything at this point. There's no need to do anything fancy. Okay, we have suggestion CB, AB, B4. That looks cool, yeah. That with the point that if the bishop goes back, then we have rook e1, and now the rook is actually again really, really strong. And if bishop b4, rook b1, and now b5 is lost. Yeah, I don't think she will go for that because it doesn't really look too obvious to give up on your pawn chain, but yeah, that also looks strong. Yeah, she can't really go wrong concretely now. But still, I mean, her opponent's position is quite solid, so we shouldn't celebrate already. Okay. Did Kata take the... Oh, Kata took the piece. So now it's actually getting a little more tense. So yeah, we established that f6 is... f6 would have been very strong, but Kata actually took the piece. Don't celebrate yet, guys. I mean, you can celebrate, but it's not 100% sure already. But it looks good. It looks good. Okay, Kata took the piece, and now white is going for it, of course. What else can he do? h5 is coming, and now it's Kata's move again, and now the attack is actually coming. Yeah, you can also celebrate. You can celebrate anytime. Not because of the matches though. Every move wins. Yeah, it's for actually maybe I mean it's not really difficult to play, I guess, for Kata, but maybe it's at the moment easier for Hannah even. The reason being that Hannah has a lot of time and Hannah is not being attacked right now. And Kata is being attacked. If Kata can swap off a little bit, then she will be winning, of course, because she's a piece up. But it's not that clear how she's going to do that. Yeah, if anyone knows a good drinking game for chess, then tell me. Take a shot for every check. That's a good idea. What else is there? Yeah, I can't come up with anything better. A lot of hanging pawns, yeah. Still good. Yeah, bishop f5. I think you can't go wrong with bishop f5. But it also doesn't change too much. So There's still something to think about there. Every point of material, that's a good idea. That also makes sacrificing more interesting, of course, because then the position is more difficult to play. Get knight to c4. Yeah, I feel like white might take here on one hand. Why? Yeah, it's probably not that. It's not that difficult. Now that I see it, the position. Yeah, where's the knight even? The queen even going? Right? Queen f3. I feel like this type of defense. Okay. Maybe not. Engine disagrees, but I was trying to say that I feel like this type of defense is always quite okay. Yeah, because maybe g5 is now a problem, but this also looks quite solid. But it's not that easy. Yeah, it's in chess is obviously, unfortunately, not that easy. That you can just do a defensive setup. You always have to think about it every single move. Yeah, rook 88. And then h5 maybe. I guess you can wait if you're really courageous, but I mean, yeah, now it's not getting more comfortable for black. I mean, black is winning. I mean, if black defends correctly, it's not terrible, but I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, I wouldn't feel great here with black, I have to say. Okay. So what's the live board? Yeah, h4 played. Now b takes a4. Okay. Wow. B takes a4, and I guess her plan is just to go king g7. No, that's losing. No, at least it's a blunder. Why is it a blunder? Okay, g6 is hanging. Okay. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, king g7. It's not easy to say. It's not easy to say. Or do you see a defensive idea here? Bishop f5. Yeah, bishop f5 is also what feels logical to me. But yeah, what to do after? It's not clear. Is h5 already played? No, it's not. But I'm pretty sure white will go h5. I mean, it's just the only logical move. Yeah, this is getting tense. Let's have a look at Hannah's game. Just for some relief, for some safe positions. Hannah just played rook 81, and that's what I was saying. Hannah can just make safe moves. And yeah, what is black really trying to do? Yeah, the queen goes to d7, where it was just a few moves ago. So you see here, black moved the queen back and forth. That's, to me, that's a sign that she doesn't really know how to break through. So she is just trying things out. And Hannah's position is just improving every move. I mean, it's rook d1, that's not rook d1. King g2, queen f3. These are all not game-changing moves, but they are all improving Hannah's position a little bit. And that's what counts at the end. And black at the moment doesn't really manage to improve her position. So that's why Hannah is really doing very, 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 very well here. Yeah, it's a big advantage. Yeah, Hannah's playing this perfectly. There's a lot very, very nicely played. It's quite positional right now, but it might become tactical soon. I feel like her opponent will try something tricky still. But I like that she still has a lot of time compared to her opponent. That's quite important. And yeah, but we can be proud. Kata versus Hannah. Yeah, they would have to both win, I guess. That would be really, really nice. That would have to be televised, actually. I'm not sure who's commentating tomorrow, but that's a good one. I don't think Hannah can flag her because they get a 30 second bonus per move, so that's not going to be easy. Playing on position is probably easier in this case. Yeah, let's see. Kata Hannah would be A3 now, is I think. Yeah, A3 B4 also looks very logical. The bishop also, I mean, in this spot it's still doing something, but it's still not a lot. I guess after H3, black should try to go bishop C3 just to keep an eye on the E1 square, but it's really, really nice either way. Hannah hasn't told you. I'm not sure I know. It's on Kata's Discord, okay. A3 makes some sense. I mean, you can still, the situation that hasn't changed. White can still easily go knight e6 and just ask black, where's the rook going? And there's no answer which I like for black. I mean, where's the rook going? I mean, the rook just went from c8 to f8. So if black really wants to build up on that, the rook would have to stay here. But that's just it's just a terrible position. Now white might just take this pawn. And after f4, maybe even g4. And just keep all files closed and nothing to worry about here. Okay. Yeah, the knight would be very nice. I think the reason Hannah hasn't played that yet is that she doesn't want f4 to be a possibility. Because after f4, some lines might open up, and I don't think that's what she wants. I think she actually played queen e2. Now the threat is clear. C takes b5 would win the pawn. I mean, it's kind of forcing black to take, right? I guess now the plan is to take with the bishop and just take d4. Yeah, that looks quite solid. I wouldn't be mad at that. I have actually. I'm not sure if I haven't improved since November 2020, but yeah, improving in chess is not that easy. Um, but when people are under 18, they're on their peak. They are almost always overrated. So yeah, that's one point. I was surely overrated at that point, and yeah, I just uh, chess improvement is not the only thing that's important. But Elo jumps coming soon. I'm I'm actually going to a training camp in 2 weeks by Grandmaster Leonardo Costa, which is one of the best young players in Germany, and he will teach me how to become a GM. That's my hope. And yeah, maybe there will still be improvement, but you shouldn't. I don't think you should be too focused on chess from some point on. Yeah, the rook on h6 really doesn't make sense right now, right? It's probably the best move would be that to go rook back and then admit that you made a mistake by putting the rook there, but that's really hard to do, I think, psychologically. Mm. Yeah, I'm taking my chess as it comes, but but it's not easy to say when the norms will come, when the elo will come. FM level is, I don't think it's too hard, but IM level is really really hard. That's also where many people stop, where their ceiling is. So let's see. But I not the biggest trainer right now. Mm. I'm almost 30 and I want to improve my chess faster. Is that still a chance of becoming an advanced chess player? Maybe my entire focus should be chess, and chess. Mm. I don't know what you think, what you mean with entire focus. I don't think you should quit your job, but you can definitely still become an advanced chess player. I think a classic big goal would be 2000. I think that's also possible for adults. Anything above that is, I think it's pretty difficult because, yeah, at some point, you just don't really improve anymore in competitive play. But I think up until 2000, it also depends on your time and how, how good you are at chess. That's then yeah, it's not too late. It's never too late. You always think it's too late until it's really too late. So start now. Okay, Hannah played. Okay, her opponent actually took, and Hannah took back. Her opponent played g6. Wow, we talked about g6 before, but I don't think it helps Black's position, as if we take and the h file opens up, that should be good for us, right? Has Hannah already taken? No, she hasn't. Let's hope Hannah takes. Oh, there's a nice line. Look at that. Takes. Black has to take the rook. And now, don't go g takes h7, because now the rook comes back and you're lost. But go g7. That's a nice move. Yeah, that's especially for you, Isolani. That's your time to time to shine. Yeah, 2000. I mean, it's a little random, but 2000, I think it's really a point where many people would struggle to come above. I also was at 2000 for quite a long time, so I feel the pain. Yeah, I haven't lost hope for 2400, I can tell you that. I finished my bachelor's degree in like a month ago. So I actually did something other than chess. But now I have some time before I begin my master's. So in that time I will try to improve my chess skills actually. And yeah, maybe IM is still possible. So let's see. But at some point you have to disconnect your mood from your chess results because your opponents are also getting stronger, and yeah, you can't be too focused on results. I don't think that's healthy. Thank you. It hasn't been it's just a bachelor's, but now I can focus on chess a little bit. Mm. Yeah, I think learning a language is quite a good comparison, but because I also feel like there's some things you can't learn that you could have learned as a child, like playing blindfold chess, for example. I think that's what comes to very gifted children naturally, but it doesn't come naturally to someone who starts at 20, for example. I mean, you can still know as much theory as someone who started as a child, but some of the pattern recognition and everything is not that easy, I think. But we also don't know, right? I mean, if you start at 5 years old, then you have people who cook for you, who pay your rent, and who drive you to tournaments, who pay your chess coach for, let's say, 12 years. And then you can reconsider if you want to take chess more seriously. And I don't think there's a 20-year-old who has someone paying their rent and cooking for them and making sure they can focus on chess. So we have never seen someone adult who has the circumstances that a child has in chess. Okay, let's have a look at the chess game. Okay, b takes, g6. Now Hannah goes knight e6. That makes a lot of sense. The rook goes to f6. Yeah, we talked about that. The rook can't stay here because of its pride. It doesn't want to go back to where it came from, so it kind of has to stay here. But now I think there are many good ways to continue. I think Hannah literally can do anything here. I mean, the rook is terrible. The knight is terrible. This rook is also quite terrible. The king is terrible. And every piece of Hannah's is really well placed. Yeah. Yeah, I also am not sure if you can say for sure that children are biologically destined to play chess, because as I said, we have never seen someone who has started at 20 and then had the circumstances a child has. Also, you have to think about like if you are okay, strong as a child, you will get training from your chess club, from the federation, and yeah, that's also a way you're pushed more. I would be very interested in an experiment where a 18-year-old starts chess and then gets all the best training for 15 years, and then we see how well they get. I mean, it's hard to imagine that Magnus, if he started at 18, would be a 2000 player, but yeah, as I said, we don't know.
That's that's an interesting thought experiment, but I don't think we will see that. Yeah, I would definitely read that study about that guy or girl. Yeah, all the life responsibility makes it hard. Yeah, also yeah, probably children can learn quicker. I should know that because the bachelor's degree I finished is in psychology, but yeah, I don't know that for sure, at least. Um, okay, so we have rook b1. Rook b1, I was actually going to suggest that move because now every rook has left the back rank, and what else is there to do? Then go to the back rank, and this would actually be almost mate. So engine already suggests to sack the rook and then trade queens. And yeah, I mean, this position is as hopeless as it gets. I mean, look at this rook. Even if the rook was anywhere where it wanted to be, white would still be completely winning. So this is really a great position. And that's queen a7. Okay, now we can look for the knockout blow for Hannah. What about c5, guys? c5, d takes, d6, and then this looks really good. Like breaking through in the center because the pieces are so poorly coordinated for opponent. Yeah, trading queens is, I mean, that's what the engine says, but it's definitely not the practically best chance. Hannah will win this easily. I'm not sure you would be world class. I don't think anyone could be. I mean, it depends on what you consider world class, but I think there's more than that than training. Unfortunately, would make it easier though. C5 is a cool idea. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to believe for me that anyone who studies chess for 8 hours for 10 years is going to get to 2700. I think more people have tried that than the, I don't know, 35 who are above that level. I mean, if it happened to someone who is like the most talented person ever, maybe, but it's hard. I mean, it's really difficult to say. Yeah, I don't. What makes chess interesting for me actually is that you can't just learn things by heart. It's always some sort of adaptation to the situation on the board, which is actually, if you compare it to other games, to many other games, it makes it a lot more suitable for humans. There are also many ways to make it less of a memory contest, although that is probably still an issue. Or I don't know if you could call it an issue. Some might say it's just a part of chess. I mean, that's also not clear. But yeah. Yeah, I want to see you have 2700 if you're so determined. That's also financially worth it, so there's no excuse. Cutter with a blunder. Oh, yeah, we have to look at it. Okay, bishop f5. We saw. Oh, okay. The queen is going into the wrong direction though. That is not the right direction. Knight c4. Nice move. Takes. Rook a5, and now it's game over. Okay, find it with me, guys. Why is this move so bad?
She thought it trapped the... Ah... Nee. Huh? I'm not sure, actually. Why is this lost? Maybe... Oh my... He saw it. Brilliant move. G takes f7. And the idea is... Okay, Kata didn't take the... Yeah, the idea is actually not that deep. It's just mate. Wow. Wow, this would be... I mean, if... Can we still say if she loses? It does look quite bad. I mean, you can also not take the bishop because now the rook takes back and the king is mated. So what is there to do? I also didn't see that. That's really wasn't obvious. Wow, and now this guy wins. Yeah, I think there's really no real way to keep going here, I'm afraid. Engine wants to tell us just take. Yeah, I mean, but now queen goes back and white is material up now. And I mean, black is almost mated. Yeah, she's probably going to be quite sad. Maybe we can hear her in the call. Too slower is a nice way to say it. Yeah, I think rook a5 is just a miss. I think after every no, it's not every other move that she would have been winning. Yeah, this is the kind of position you probably should avoid in the first place if you're defending, because now it kind of becomes a race. If you try to play on this side of the board and let white do a lot of stuff on the other side, then it kind of becomes a race, and then it's not so important who is a piece up and more dependent on tactics. So yeah, that's sad if it's going to happen. Yeah, she's still trying to fight, of course, as she should. She's played rook takes f7, but now I'm afraid she really is going to lose a lot of material. And I mean, if that wasn't enough, she still has a really, really difficult position. Tomorrow she can redeem herself, yeah. The last game is always very important for your for the way you see your tournament. But yeah, that's a sad turnout. Yeah. Every loss is always a possibility to learn something, right? Maybe you could also say that she probably took a little too long on the clock, because she's now then got into time trouble, and we knew that if she played good defense, then she would be completely winning. So the less time she has on the clock, the harder it is to play defense. Okay. Okay. Have we... Okay, here, I'm afraid there's really not too much hope. Her opponent is also taking his time now, of course.
Hannah's also taking her time. Rightfully so. She played bishop, rook b3. She's playing it slow, which is also good. Yeah, chess is often brutal. Yeah, but you have to accept that that's the way you lose chess games often. It's going to happen, but yeah, in the moment it's of course sad. Hannah's playing really well. Yeah, she's really outplayed her opponent, like strategically, and she hasn't fallen for her tricks. And yeah, now she moves to the other side of the board now that these rooks are stuck. And yeah, I think she will just break through very soon. Now this is the live position that you see. It's Hannah's move. And yeah, she's really playing it's a great positional game. I don't think the position was easy even out of the opening, but she consolidated really well. She it's important to see how she stopped any try to be active from white. So any point where black tried to create weaknesses for her, she defended against it. So she played b3 and not opening this file for the rook. She played knight f4, which I think is a good decision to stop f4. She played h5 to prevent the knight from going here and maybe even here. And then she just slightly improved her position by every move. Black moved back and forth sometimes. And yeah, that's how we turned out in the game position. And now she just took the pawn. Yeah, that's true. That was also not easy to see. The knight was could have taken the pawn earlier, but then black could have gotten a little bit of counterplay. And now that black's pieces are all tied up, the knight can't really move. Rook b8 is a threat. Now the queen can come in. Now is the perfect time to take this pawn. And yeah, there's really nothing to do. I mean, knight c6 is a huge threat. And yeah, what real move is there really? Engine suggests f4, which does make sense. Then there's a check. And probably just knight c6, right? Yeah. g4 is also logical. I just want to see if knight c6 is also winning. Yeah, it's also winning. The bishop is just gone. I think she can try anything she likes. Also, notice how her opponent's time is very low. Yeah. And she has a lot of time to figure all the tactics out. And that, I think that will be quite manageable. Her opponent played f4. So now there are many moves she can play. She just shouldn't blunder something like f3, but that's hard to do. Hannah's winning, yeah. Her opponent's name, I think I would say Retayo. Something like that. Or is this Retayo? I don't know. My French isn't great. But yeah, she's a strong opponent. And she hasn't been beaten this whole tournament, as you can see. So, huge win for Hannah if she manages. We, of course, shouldn't celebrate too early again. Yeah, she played knight, queen e8. I think she will go back with check. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh, oh wow. Cutter's back. Cutter's back, guys. Queen takes a5. She could have just gone queen b1, right? And now she has 5 pawns or something and a huge attack. But Hannah, you won. Congratulations. We already talked about how it was a huge positional game. I was already thinking that you won because the cam is off. Okay, let's see how it finished. Queen f7 and okay, we have a 10-minute delay. Like you guys will start a new stream, or will you come to the stream, Hannah? Then stay tuned for Kata and Hannah's analysis, because both games were very interesting. I'm curious to see what both have to say. Yeah, yeah. So okay, queen f7, and now after rook b6, Hannah wins a rook for like 2 pieces for a rook. And even worse is that her opponent's position is still really, really bad. And maybe that's where it went south for her. Okay. Rook h5. Let's just see how this game finished. Rook f5. And is there now a tactic already? Or is it just rook b7 or something? White has really got a dominant position here. Okay, but also let's look at Kata's game, because it is heating up a lot. So as I was saying, queen b1 is game over, but her opponent decided to take this rook. And now we are back to even. And the reason is that her opponent just sacked the queen for nothing. He probably didn't see that he could keep all his material. But yeah, now she got a little something back. Knight e5 is a very strong move. The idea is that the pawn can't really take, and the knight also defends this guy. So somehow Kata's coming out on top if we just count the pieces, I think. But yeah, it's really complicated. So the idea is if white takes any of these pieces the rook, then the knight will take back, and yeah, I think that's just really good. And I don't know what else to do. I think Kata might be making a comeback. And then we might see Hannah versus Kata in round 9. So that would be the best case, of course. Here, Kata's opponent is taking a little bit of time in this position, as he probably should, because it's a very critical position. Let's just have a look at the... Okay, he just played King f1, best move. Okay. Unfortunately. King f1 is a strong move because he exits all those pins. And yeah, now it's another point where it's not clear how black should move on. Yeah, queen b1 was hard to see, but I thought he played moves which are harder to see before. So I would have kind of expected that. But even better for us, we still might see Hannah versus Kata tomorrow. Okay, Kata also is, of course, in time trouble now. Let's just have a brief look how Hannah's game finished. Rook d6. Oops. So this is how it finished, guys. Hannah took the pawn. King g7, rook d7, and now the queen is hanging. If the queen can't even take the queen. Okay, the queen is just lost. Oh, so that's Hannah's game. Really, really nice game. Especially positionally, you can learn a lot about how to prevent counterplay. That's what her opponent didn't get for the whole game. So that was a really strong game. And stay tuned for her analysis with Kata. And then let's focus on Kata now, because it is really, really intense. Let's make this bigger. I don't know if you can really see a lot there. I'm definitely not sure what's happening. If we are really live or at the same spot as we are on the other side. Yeah, Hannah played a brilliant game, but you have to wait for her to explain it to you. Then you can really see the whole match. Okay, what is Kata now going to do? I feel like the cams are quite good from the actuality here. So Kata's in time trouble. Okay, and she moved. What did she do? A3, blunder. But what's really going on here? A3 is not a mistake. Queen c5, the opponent. Oh wow, Queen c5. No one plays that. A3, Rook h3, blitzed out, but now she's better. Why is she better now? Can anyone tell me? She would maybe lose her pawn in the fist fight. Who knows? A2. Yeah, maybe white is too slow here. Maybe what? Okay, A2 is not convincing to the engine. Okay, she played Queen f6. The engine likes it. Now, of course, the threat is Queen takes f4. White might go g3. What else might white do? I mean, something like Rook g3 is of course possible, but I don't really believe in it because it's only like a one-move threat. So what is going on? Okay, her opponent is thinking. We already have the quite good timing on the cams, so we can actually see what they are doing right now. I was a little afraid about not getting the delay timed well, but it's actually quite a good timing. Yeah, Katarina might win. She just might win, but it's not clear. There's still a lot to do, especially because she only has 1 minute left, so that you have to keep that in mind. So it's going to get crazier by the minute. Yeah, especially DFM can't calculate these positions. I really am not sure what's going on. I think time is on Kata's side. I think it's white's turn to kind of prove something here, because if white can't really prove that there's something good in his position, then black is actually just going to improve, take pawns, and win. So let's see if he manages to play well here. Yeah, king g7, you have to be careful about that, because then rook h7 is always an idea, and then something might get lost on f7. There's so many tactics here. So there's a move, rook c2. Oh, rook c2, mistake. Queen f4, blunder. Played instantly by Kata. Okay, queen f4 is extremely logical. What else should she have done? Okay, let's just say queen f4, good move, because it's just an obvious move. But why is it a blunder? Let's just have a look. Queen g6. Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's go to the live position. Okay, he took this knight. Okay, it's a good move, unfortunately. Oh, with the other guy. What did he take with the knight? I'm just looking at the cam right now. Yeah, c4 would probably be too slow in this case. White really has to open the king up, and if that doesn't work, white would probably be losing. Okay, knight f7, knight f7, and now is the idea rook f3. I'm not sure. I mean, if these guys get traded off, black is winning because of this passed pawn and knight. I mean, just an active position. Or is it a draw? This is just a draw, because let's just say white takes, then anything takes really, and then white can just check black, and black can never go to the f file, because then there will be a pin on f3. So that's just a perpetual check. But he's going for rook g3 immediately, and that's a blunder. Now, can she now go here? She probably can, right? It's the only move. Okay, so now she has to go king f8, and she's winning again. Wow. Okay. We're doing like in a movie where they zoom in when it gets more important. Okay. She has to go. Oh, she did. What happened? This is. Wow, rook f3. Okay, and she played queen c4 check. That's good. King g1 played. Kata's turn again. Yeah, what to do? A2. Yeah, let's go. A2. He has to play rook c1, but that can't be too good. Can't really be good. Because now he's only reacting, and if there's just one more good move for Kata, what about bishop c3? Because she can't take, because the queen takes, and black makes another queen, and then wins the rook back. But is it really enough if rook takes? I think she has to try it, right? Bishop takes c3. I mean, what else is there? Yeah, now she will take on c3 instantly. I can feel it already. Maybe it's a blunder, but I'm quite confident about it. You just have to go for it in this case. She can't really calculate anything to the end. If she takes here, then I'm confident. Oh, she took. Nice. Or is it a blunder? Oh my. Okay, it's always the obvious moves. Okay, so this isn't as good. Why isn't it good? Queen e4. Okay. Because now the queen can go to b1. Okay, that's so hard to see. Okay, let's rewind. Rook takes. Now it's winning again. Queen e4. Queen c6. Yeah, something like that, I guess. Because you can't lose the queen like that. That's not what you should do. King h8. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. King h8. Okay, it makes sense. Now the king is out of danger. Dark square, light squared bishop, remember. There he's safer. Okay, he checks. Okay, but checking doesn't really do anything, right? She's just going up. Yeah, queen e4 I think it's impossible with that kind of time. You have to calculate the obvious moves first. King g7. Okay. And Kata also gave him the look of what are you doing? I saw that. And now I think it's really not clear what he's doing because yeah, if the rook goes, where's it going? c8? C8. C8 and now what is really going on now? Queen probably has to go somewhere like here, I guess. Rook a8. Yeah, rook a8 would have been also interesting. I think she has to go something like queen e4 or something. But this is not clear at all. Okay, queen e4, bishop d5. I might just say completely stupid stuff here. But queen b1. No, that's terrible. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Okay, we might. I can see a world where we see some crazy late endgame here. Just imagine like this bishop, a rook, and these pawns coming off the board, and then we have another new phase of the game. That looks interesting. Yeah, it's really, really hard to calculate all of it. Especially in this position, it's an even more tense case. We can think without having to decide. And if you have to think and decide at once, then it's even harder for Kata and her opponent right now. Queen d3. Why queen d3? Queen d3. Because you want to go here. Is that the point? Queen d4 played. Yeah, you're right. Queen e4 played also makes sense. And now we might see the end game I was referring to. No, she can't take because then queen takes is immediately over. And so what can white really do? He takes, all right. And now a1 is probably the one. This is such a tense moment. I'm just looking at the screen most of the time. Okay, yeah, she played a1. I think that's kind of forced. White takes, and now Kata's actually thinking about taking the bishop. Where is she? No, she kind of has to take the rook, right? Yeah. And now white probably has to try this, taking the pawn. And now it's still not over. I mean, it should be a good position for black. I mean, it should be winning. Yeah, of course. But what was played here? Did he not take the... he checked. Okay. Logical. Yeah. Yeah, should be an easy win. Do you know if she gets... she gets a bonus. Yeah, so now she isn't in time trouble anymore. So that's good. And also, yeah, you can try that. Now she can take a little time, so now we can also move. We can make this window a little smaller. Yeah, so now new phase of the game. Her opponent just checked. And yeah, he's not looking too confident. Kata's looking quite confident. But it's not easy still. Yeah. King f6, probably the move to play. I mean, it's at least the most logical. And now we can still reconsider everything. Yeah, I've seen suggestions in the chat. No, this doesn't work anymore. It's just a fork, many forks. Okay, so white might not even win this pawn back. Or does he? Rook f7, king g6. This might be over sooner than expected, right? Because this isn't a possibility. And yeah, what else to do? Then the bishop is hanging and this doesn't work. Simple tactics. Okay, so this looks good now again. I mean, it looks over, honestly. So, good news for us. Maybe it's interesting to see. And he resigns. Nice. And they're probably talking about that he shouldn't have played rook c7. Okay. Nice game, Kata. we were also quite, for us it was also intense. But congratulations on the win. It was really interesting. I'm glad I had an interesting commentary day. Yeah, you can come to a call if you want to. I'm just going to set that up that people can hear you, actually. So how do I do that now? I think it should be doable. Hi. They can see you yet, but you didn't hear me. I can't hear you, Kata. But it's okay because I still have to. Hope I'm not leaking anything. Is Hannah in the call? No, she's not. Hi, can you hear me already? I
can't hear you right now. It's probably my Discord. Okay, you guys can already we can. I can also not hear them, guys. So what about now? Test. Why can I not hear them? It's probably. Yeah, I've checked that. But I think it's the right one. I also can't hear you. It doesn't make. Yeah, now it. Yeah, it was.
Hello?
It was me. Yeah.
Now you can hear us, guys? Hello.
Yeah. They can hear. I think
Okay,
they can hear us too. You too.
Okay, awesome, great. Shall we first analyze Hannah's game?
Yes,
I think
I'm
she
really
was-
happy with how I played today.
Yeah.
It was a very nice, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay, everyone can hear us now. Awesome. Oh
I'm
my
still-
god, I'm still shaking. This was wild. I need some time to recover while
Yeah.
watching your game, Hannah.
Okay. Let's.
Okay.
Oh, now we have to.
To put the board up.
So I'm a
Awesome.
streaming noob. So I'm trying to set it up right now.
You're doing great. Thank you so much for commentary.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for having me. It went really well, I have to say. I was kind of panicking
Awesome.
because they couldn't see you at the start, but now it worked. So
That's awesome.
okay. Yeah, congratulations from me too, Hannah. Now
There's
they can
blunders
see the
in
board
Hannah's
as well.
game. Okay,
Um,
so did your prep happen? Or
Yes, it was like exactly as I prepped. I prepped this Kalashnikov line with C4 and C4 and knight 5 to C3. Because Kostya showed me this line and he said it was good, and then the idea is to not have a bad knight on A3. So yeah, I got this and I was really happy.
mhm.
So
so this was all prep because I think we have like 5 minutes delay to this, so probably we need to
Okay,
think. in
yeah, so knight d5, knight c3 was all prep, and then I thought a6 was kind of weird because then I got to go bishop e3 to b6.
Yeah, I thought so
And-
too.
Yeah, then her pieces were kind of awkward. I don't know if I like played it right there.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. I never understand these positions, but at some point, I felt like your opponent was kind of consolidating a little bit. That's before she played knight d4. Please stop me if you have any comments on these moves. But we were also, chat was also on these sides. They also wanted to play bishop b6 and h4, so we were already happy with that. But it's not so clear how to continue, I thought.
Yeah, and I think once she played knight e7, I was just calculating stupid stuff like where I would go h5, h6, and like if she was gonna play bishop g4, I'd like sack the queen and then get a mate on with knight f6 and the pawn on g7. That was in my dreams, but it wasn't. It was unfortunately not existing. So I wasted a lot of time here trying to make something beautiful, and then I think I just went back to e3 instead. Yeah.
And I think now it would have been critical if she would have gone for f5 or something. We actually had we had a almost GM in the chat, and he was we were discussing this position a lot. And yeah, it was kind of difficult to say how to proceed here. But you still felt confident in this position?
Yeah, I mean, to me, oh, that was loud. Okay, to me, I still felt good here, I think, because I was like, the bishop on d8 is kind of strange. And I felt like she was a little behind, I guess, in developing. But yeah, I don't know. I was still feeling happy here, but I didn't think I was like super much better or anything.
Yeah, it was quite even. Nothing crazy happened already. But now, after knight d4, it was kind of getting a little sharp, right?
Yes.
To which point did you calculate it now?
So with what part?
When you took on d4, how far did you calculate?
Well, Anna calculated that I took, and then she would take back, and then that was a trade. But I was like, okay, after takes 92. I did know that there was bishop a5 check, but I was like, my king is fine on f1. And I was like, I'm actually happy with not castling anyway. And yeah, I had this idea to go like g3, king g2. And I was like feeling very happy because I was like, my knight is probably going to get to the f4 square. So I felt happy about that.
Yeah, chat told me it was the first time they saw you not castling. So I don't know if this is true, but yeah, it was a really nice sequence, I think, because I think from this point on you really didn't give her any chances anymore. I think that's already where she kind of got a difficult position. But yeah, that was all quite
and I was
fast.
happy. I was happy also when she took on d5 because obviously at this point the bishop on d3 is not so good. But after I play e takes d5, then my bishop was actually quite good. I felt. So yeah, I think I was like happy in this position, even if I wasn't like necessarily a lot better. Also because her d pawns were really bad.
Exactly. Yeah, we had a lot of topics here. One thing is bishop a5 is already supposed to be bad. I mean, it's even though it's quite an obvious move, but it was a really nice position, and you played it pretty much perfectly from here. And yeah, chat was really impressed also. Yeah, they will never forget this positional kind of play. And yeah, now you're quite solid. Did you think about taking on d4? That's something we thought about.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in my mind, I was like, that d4 pawn, it's not going anywhere and it's kind of bad. And I also thought like that the d4 pawn was actually doing a nice job of keeping the bishop sort of trapped in one side of the board. So I was like, I think also like, I just wanted to take the pawn later because I felt like at some point I would be able to take it anyway, and I just wanted to like move my pieces to better squares.
Yeah, I think that was also perfect. We were quite worried that, I mean, you can take the pawn. Engine also thinks that it's okay, but black can get a little counterplay. But I think as you played it,
there's like some stuff with b5 maybe also like at some point, and yeah,
that was kind of like the main topic here in this position, that black never got real counterplay, right? Okay, yeah, and then you just played what you had in mind all the time with g3, and I thought f5 was weird. Did you think so too?
Oh yeah. I like made a face when I made a face when she played f5. I was like, because I was like, f5, what is f5? Because I was like, my knight's going to f4 and like it's gonna go to e6. Like this, because like my dream in the position was to put a knight on e6, and now there's the square. Now it's good. I think I played. I was wondering if after I played knight f4, she could play knight g6. Was that possible?
Yeah, that's actually my first instinct also was just to play knight f4 now, and obviously now it's a great position. But Engine likes even more that if you just played h5 before, so knight g6 is now not possible. That's a little more accurate because actually knight g6 is now possible. You're still better, but it's not as good as it was in the game, which you would have done anyway.
Yeah, because I was like, after here, if I go, I was thinking that I didn't particularly like this because if I go knight e6, then maybe she just plays like rook f6 or something like that, and then can maybe sack on e6 at some point. Looks a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think also it's a big factor that the knight on e5 is just not bad, and as it was in the game, the knight is just terrible, right? It has really, I said it, he doesn't really have safe squares, but it also doesn't have any squares, and it didn't really change for a long time. So it's just in the way. So that's a big difference, and that's also why h5 is really strong here.
Yes, that's why I wanted to, because I was like, oh, I don't want the knight coming to g6, e5, so I'll just play this and stop it. So yeah, I was still feeling good here. I felt like if anyone was playing for a win, it was me, so I was happy about that.
Yeah, I think positionally you might just be almost winning, I guess, but it's still, of course, never easy to convert that. But you really didn't give her any opportunities. We also always thought about like how will she go for some desperation move, but she never really managed that even. She just moved back and forth a little bit now, right? You just improved slowly. And
I love it so much that you didn't take the pawn on d4 to not activate her bishop. That's just like, I don't even need this pawn.
Yeah, we also talked about that a lot. That's a big decision, but it worked out perfectly, and I think it was also the best decision by far.
Okay.
So how did it go? Yeah, queen e2, and then you just moved to the other side, right? Because black was kind of tied up, and then she couldn't really defend enough because you were just had just more pieces on the queen side, right?
Yeah.
Stop me if you have a moment where you want to talk about.
Yeah, I think nothing. Okay. G6 I thought was bad. Like G6 I thought was bad. Because I was like, now she's closing off that h6 rook, and then I was like, okay, now I was also feeling happy when we traded on c4, because then I had the b file, because like the main problem I had in the position was that I wanted to bring my rooks into the game, but the dark square bishop was sort of stopping me from getting anywhere. So yeah, after she took on c4, I was really happy because I was like, okay, now I have the b file, and then at some point I'm gonna play knight e6, and then so was chilling here, I think.
Yeah, but how can we also see like how it happened? Because the last time I checked, it was not so clear, and then you just won. So
like from now on, she took, and now g6. The rook is already not good, and now it's even worse, I guess.
Oh God.
Yeah, we talked about that the rook just came from c8, so it kind of had to stay on the f file. But of course, now you have the back rank for yourself, and really dangerous. Yeah, now just building up the pressure, right? And black just at some point has to collapse, kind of.
Yeah, here she was also really low on time, so I think it became difficult. And then I took the pawn. Yay!
Yeah, finally. Then when all other things were perfect, then you could take. Yeah.
This rook on h6 is so sad.
Yeah, and after she played queen f7, then I was like, it's definitely over, because then I just was able to trade for the two pieces, and then she was also pinned. So yeah, that was all really nice.
Yeah. Then she lost the queen at the end.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then she played king g7 at the end. To land her queen. So I played rook takes d6. And she played king g7, and then I just played rook d7.
And here she resigned.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful game, Hannah. How did you realize it really played tomorrow?
I did. I was getting kind of nervous, you know, like because I had double white, so now I'm gonna get like
You will get black, I will get white, so it's not really unlikely that we're gonna face each other.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot,
I
actually.
mean,
Yeah.
to face each other tomorrow, so yeah, no, my game was not so good. Your game was so fun. I was excited. Oh, I was like, kind of really amazing. I looked at this line before the game, and I knew that in some of those lines, I take on b4 and sacrifice my piece when he plays a5. I mean, maybe we can already go into like the opening when I played a5 and everything. So I remembered that the best move for him was to play rook b1, because then he's protecting b4, the four square, but he didn't play rook b1, he played rook c1 before. So this was the first move I did not look at. So yeah, I don't know if I'm already better there because I did not look at the best this move. So
in the position after
in the beginning, just when he played like rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1 was interesting, yeah. But you knew until then that it was all theory.
Yeah, when you go a little bit higher, yes, perfect. So yeah, so this I looked at.
line.
Yeah. So here, yeah, here I looked at rook b1 and then queen e. No, then takes queen e7, a5, and then knight takes a5.
Good job.
Pawn takes a5, bishop takes a5 check, and then king e2. No, first.
Right. Again, please.
Yeah, after e3, queen e7, rook b1, and then takes.
And I like
This is what I look at.
the call, and I was like, I was really
Here, queen
disappointed.
e7.
So I did like 15 best moves, and it was just like a hard position. And then like I don't know why you went for this like
Yeah.
line.
So yeah, after knight c6. Yeah.
It is the whole thing.
Sorry, after knight c6, rook b1.
It's like, no, you're better.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes. If he would have played rook b1,
Just a minute.
Yeah.
I looked at
Oh,
queen e7 and then takes before takes before.
Takes a5. Or
Okay. We're gonna go back to the hotel, and then we're gonna.
Oh no, sorry.
Record
First takes before queen e7, and then after a5, I take with a knight. Sorry, I see the board a few seconds delay. So
Yeah, we looked at this line even. Now that you say it, we looked at this line, and yeah, if you didn't know it, then there was of course no way to play it actually. But
yeah.
this is cool. Yeah, I've never seen that before. That's a really nice line.
Okay, but yeah, he didn't play it, so he played rook c1 instead. So what was the best way for me to play after rook c1?
I think you did really well. I mean, the weakness of white is just that the b4 pawn is always kind of weak, right? So
Yeah.
I think you could have also gone for a similar line, but I'm not sure right now anymore. Yeah, you could have also, yeah, you could have done the same thing. Right, and how was it? Yeah, something with sacking, something like that would be still possible. But yeah, if you don't know it, then it's impossible to play, I think.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I kind of was like, why should I sack the piece now if I can just like play against his weaknesses?
No, I think that was the best way to play it realistically.
So yeah, so what I thought was interesting, when I played bishop d7, my idea was to take on b4 and then take on b5. But the problem is when I take on b4, he can take back with the bishop and it's a check. So because if it wasn't a check, I have knight b3 afterwards, and then d4 is also hanging. So I wanted the same position, but with my king not being in check. That's why I played knight c6 first. So the queen had to go, then I castled, because the queen needs to protect the a4 pawn. So then I castled, and then I played the knight back to a5, because I was, when he plays queen b4 again, then I can go into this line, but with my king not being in check anymore. So that was my whole idea here. And I mean, I'm also threatening c6. So his queen needed to go somewhere where it protects a3, I thought.
Yeah, yeah, and this was where he kind of went wrong, right? Have you also considered like c5 ideas that was mentioned in chat, like queen b4, c5, ideas like that?
Not really deeply. Yeah, maybe I should have.
But I think there's many ways to play because you will always like be better positionally, and you can't really win right now. So with many different things, you are just positionally better. I think that, I mean, now
Yeah.
you're also just engine says much better, like positionally, and of course after queen c2, then the knight is just gone.
Yeah, so here I'm winning, right? But he did
Yeah.
get some counterplay, so I wanted to be precise. That's why after like take 7, I sacrificed another pawn with playing e5 because I thought then I get my bishop out. I don't know if that was maybe the wrong decision. So
e5 was actually a great move. I think it's even might be the engine's top choice. But after takes e5, there's f6. That's Isolani was in chat.
I thought to play f6, but then I mean that was my whole idea. And now after queen takes g6, I just take on g5, right?
Yeah. Then
Yeah, I mean that was my initial plan, but then I was like, okay, maybe I play bishop f5 first, so then g6 is not hanging. But then I was too slow because he got h4 and everything. So yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the moment where you could have won in a pretty straightforward way, but after that it was already not quite clear. I think f6 is game over, but
if I'm taking the knight on b5 now, he might play knight d6.
Ah, yeah.
So
yeah.
That's why I took now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now he had h4.
Now he has counterplay. Yeah, that's not easy to play. Yeah, and h5 is coming, and there's no completely convincing way. We looked at this also a lot, but we didn't see something which was easy really for you. So yeah, it's not easy to play.
I definitely died a little bit too. Yeah, I was so angry at myself when I was like, I'm losing. But yeah, when we go, also, by the way, my opponent told me he blundered c6. He didn't see, like, because I was thinking maybe he just wanted to sack a piece to have attack, but he didn't see it. So yeah,
we were analyzing his body language. We also thought he blundered.
Yeah. He also played it really quick. So
yeah.
But yeah, so here after h5, yeah, bishop f5 still seemed logical, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong. And queen b5, I even didn't really understand because the queen should be, I thought, on the other side of the board.
I thought so too. So here I was happy, but then I didn't play the good moves. Maybe knight b3?
Yeah.
Knight b3 followed by queen c5.
Maybe white. Yeah, white already could take here, right?
Oh, that's not even good. Wow.
Yeah, with similar ideas probably. I didn't even see that GF7 move.
Up. Can you tell? Oh wow, this is losing for me. Yeah, this is always made because like he just takes on f5, right?
Yeah.
So this was unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a little random. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. But yeah, that's the same theme as Anyway. Okay.
Yes, so yeah, I thought, okay, my knight is not doing anything on a5. I want it back in the game, so I played knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and now, yeah, after rook a5, you're actually losing because of the takes on f7.
Thank you so much for the raid, Kiwiski. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're analyzing.
We are the winners today. And maybe the last day before we have to play each other and then hate each other.
I hope we're not gonna. Because also, guys, did you know we had a bet? Whoever has more points, whoever is in front of the other person after 9 rounds has to pay the drinks for the last night.
Winner has to pay the drink. No, the
No.
loser has to pay the drink.
The person who's lower than the other. I mean, so yeah. So it's going to be really important. But no, thank you so much for the rate. We're playing over the board tournament and analyzing our game right now. So, yeah, here I was still winning. Okay, what was I supposed to do here? Rook a5. I thought the queen has nowhere to go, but I didn't see that after takes f7. I'm just checkmate when I take the queen.
Like queen a3, I remember.
Queen
it said.
A3.
Really? Yeah. A3 here.
Yeah, but it's this position is already so random. I couldn't even tell you
And
why.
why queen a3? I thought about queen a3 a couple of times, but
I now have to take the rook is hanging, so they can't take on f7, I guess.
Yeah.
But why is it helping me? So if the rook just moves away,
Then c3
Well, I
is
don't
often hanging, and
then
I
I'm
guess
just taking on
there's some
c3 and
tactics
check.
to distract white, but it's
Wow.
super hard to calculate all of it.
Oh yeah, I thought about queen a3, but I didn't. I mean, I was so low on time here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, queen a3 also wouldn't be in my top 10 to look at in this position, but
Yeah. So the problem after rook a5 takes f7, I cannot take the queen because I'm just checkmate. So.
yeah, we can have a quick look at that because it's a nice
So that's-
checkmate.
At this move, like I cannot take the queen because this is a checkmate.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But also
Yeah.
also nice that he saw it. I mean, it's not easy to see.
I mean, it was not so nice for me at the board because at this point I already realized that he can take on f5 a check and then play queen b1 because right now the queen has nowhere to go, right? I trapped the queen in the middle of the board, which I thought, oh, this is so cool. But the problem is after bishop takes a5, in the end he has queen b1. So here I already saw that I'm losing. But for some reason, maybe he thought in his head, okay, my queen is trapped anyway. So it didn't change, right? So that's why he took on a5, my rook.
Yeah.
And after the game told me, like, why should I play queen b1? I'm still a piece down. And I was like, no, you took my bishop on f5, so you're not a piece down anymore. I think he also didn't realize that the material is, like, I'm not better on material anymore.
No, you
Yeah.
was actually, yeah. And
But after queen takes a5, I was so happy. Like, I was like, okay, am I being mated or what? Because he told me after the game he thought he had some matings. But there was no mate, I guess. I mean, I saw that the engines were still like jumping around like crazy here, but at least I wasn't losing anymore, I think, right?
yeah, I don't think you were worse after that, yeah. And I mean, it can go any way, obviously.
I really
but
like my move when I take e5.
That's a
because-
crazy move, yeah. That's really
I mean, everything is hanging and I'm just taking here and giving it another piece to take.
I'm also not sure there is any other
That's
move to
wild.
stay in the game, right?
Oh.
But yeah, king
Yeah, but-
f1 is also a strong move after that. But
King f1, best move in this position. This is wild.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but I think it was difficult for him to play because he really has to prove something. Because if you just consolidate and play a
I
few,
thought I can just took my a pawn because I was so happy that I still had this pawn. Because when I took an a4 in like a couple of moves earlier, I was like, maybe this pawn is gonna win the game. Because when I trade the queens in this position, it's not so clear because he got plenty of pawns and whatever. But I was like, okay, this pawn is also good for endgames. So yeah.
yeah, who would have known? That's when the whole concept works out, right, at the end. Yeah, I mean the engine is not.
I was winning and then not winning anymore, right?
Yeah, the reason
So-
I think the only reason really was that there's always these perpetual ideas. Like if he just takes anything here, then he can just keep on checking, and you can never go to the f-file with the king because your queen is lost. And so that's the only way to really draw the game for white. And sometimes it randomly works.
I think we both didn't see that.
I thought so too. I mean, especially him. I think he would have taken it if he would have seen it. But yeah, I think it's the only way to draw.
I didn't like when I played queen f6 because can he not just go rook g3? Because when I then take on f4, he has bishop takes f7 check. And when I go to f8, he has knight e6 check, and my queen is forked.
In which position again?
Yeah, here after I play queen. Why can he not go rook g3 here after queen f6? Because I thought when I now take on f4, no, stop. First I go to f8 because there's a thing threatening, and then he can even take on f7, right?
Do you have to go there? Oh, yeah, you do. Okay. But why?
Okay, but what am I supposed to do here? Because here this is losing, because then he can take on f7 with check. I have to go to f8 and a knight e6 check. So what am I supposed to do?
Ah, nice. Okay, let's have a look at the end. King f8, stone cold, and what?
The king f8. I thought he also takes. Wait, what was I thinking here? Okay, if he just takes on f7 here, I cannot take back because of knight. Oh, after takes f7, what do I do after bishop takes f7? Sorry.
Can maybe just try. No, you can't. You can't take. Maybe. Question. Okay, let's have a look. Queen a6 check, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I cannot take here because here, and I cannot take here because here.
That might be the only move again.
Wow. Yeah, I did not see that check.
That's crazy.
And then I just take on f7 the next move.
Yeah, and then the a pawn.
This is wild. Queen a6. Okay. I mean, the thing is, I also was on 30 seconds from move like 30 or something, or 25. This was terrible for me.
Crazy game.
Oh, okay, so this was not a threat. Okay, but he also didn't play rook g3. He played rook c2 instead.
Yeah, which we were happy about, I guess, because it's a little reactive. It doesn't really do much.
So here I took on f4.
Yeah, and this is the point where white can again go into this perpetual idea. That's why it's marked as a blunder. And instead, you can queen g6.
Yeah, I see that.
Queen g6. Yeah.
You died again there. Oh.
But yeah, he didn't spot it. And I think if he doesn't go into this one perpetual idea, it's just losing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But here I was. So what happened in the game? Instead of rook c8, if he would have gone a8, I think bishop c3 was good, right?
Wait, yeah, actually, I was rooting for bishop c3, but actually, it's not the best move.
I
figured you were winning.
Queen e4 is a crazy move because now, if he goes, like the threat is just queen b1, and he can't really prevent it. So the bishop, the
bishop is also taken.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
That's impossible to see. Yeah, we also talked about.
Yeah.
That.
Okay. Instead, I took on c3, even though he could take, but in the end, I have a1 with check, and the rook is.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Taking on c3. Apparently, there was some way to draw,
but how? Could he have played
bishop f7?
Bishop f7 check,
and then this one, and this seems to be a draw.
Oh, and then we take on d5 for what?
Yeah, then we. I guess the pawn is not going through, but it's also not obvious. Yeah, and then it's a draw. Yeah, but yeah, of course not easy to see.
Oh, okay. But I took on c3, and he took on f7, and then king h8 was also bad, or?
No, king h8 was good.
Okay.
I think you.
And then he played, and after rook after rook f8, king g7, could he play rook a8? What am I supposed to do after rook a8?
You don't. Bishop a5. Again, Again, obvious.
Bishop A5. Wow. If I would have found this move with 30 seconds,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe,
That's a
but
crazy move.
it's pretty, yeah.
Is that the early move?
Is it the only winning move?
Where can you see more moves? I just see the top line.
It's fine. But
Okay.
I'm just crazy. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's say it's the only move. Makes it more
It's
dramatic.
the only move that's winning.
Oh, well.
Oh, I'm not sure if I would have found this. I think this was still move 40, right?
Yeah, right. And here this random check he gave was no, that was just losing then. Yeah, I think here he couldn't come back. The only way to last longer would have been maybe just to take this pawn, and then you have to play this position, right? But it's, I think
Yeah. But I was confident because it's like I can also just attack F2 twice.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
then, I don't.
that's true. But he,
But yeah, he resigned here. Yeah, because after the check, I can go to F6 and then he cannot take the pawn anymore because I either push up the rook or the bishop. So that was nice. So he realized it too, I think, and then resigned.
yeah,
Mm.
nice game. We had the best of both worlds: a positional game and a more tactical game.
This was like so much more exciting than my. That
Oh,
was really, really fun.
And I think both were really
It's
entertaining.
taking so long.
We
See
can,
some tactics, but I didn't learn all the tactics. So that was some beautiful moves there. 95 was very beautiful. Honestly, it's like with no time, it's so difficult to calculate this stuff. And
to be honest, I really don't want to play you tomorrow. I just want us both to win tomorrow, and then we're both in
and
the
we
top
both get
10.
the women's prize.
Yeah, I mean,
and top 10.
yeah, we will be
Thank
both
you.
top 10 if we win tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but for this, we would need to not get paired against each other.
Yeah, we just have to pray to the whisk gods that we are not playing.
I think the viewers don't pray against it. I think God has more pro
we already
people
saw
praying
Hannah
for that.
against No Leopard, but you can rewatch it. Okay, thank you so much for everything, for the commentary. Who should we rate?
Who should we rate?
Do you have control over that? And I can.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
Maybe I will rate Janistan.
Rate the simplest. Is this?
It's a
German.
German.
Ritual. He's still playing. He's playing. He's got an end game. I think he sacrificed a bishop to 3 pawns or something like that.
Okay.
Please, but I saw. Thank you so much for.
Yeah, thank you so much for commentating. Tomorrow it's again at 11 a.m. CET. For us, it's 10 a.m.
Yeah.
So early last round, and we hope both to win. So yeah, I mean, we already said we have a symmetrical score if we win tomorrow. Like,
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, good luck.
yeah, thank you so much, and have a nice night, everyone.
Alrighty, everybody.
You end the
See
stream?
ya. Yes, you can end the
My ring is
stream.
working.
Okay.
Oh, is it not?
I don't know. Nothing is coming up.
Bye.
Okay.